All right, all right, all right. I do believe I am live. Hey, Zen friends, happy weekend to you. Can you believe it's Friday? So hope you guys are having a great start of your weekend and enjoying your wonderful day or night, evening, morning, depending on where you're at in the world. So welcome everybody. So happy to be here. And as always, excited to see what messages that we're going to have from Spirit tonight, what we're going to learn from, what we're going to grow through, what we're going to go through together. And I'm excited. So thanks for being here. Before we get into everything, I do want to start out how we do is come back to this moment. We take a big, deep breath in. We hold it for as long as feels comfortable and slow exhale out, focusing on coming back to this moment, out of the future, out of the past, out of the chaos of the outside world, coming back to right here, the little bubble in our heart full of unconditional love and joy and gratitude and peace. So if you want to join me in doing that, and then we'll bring in the singing bowl here in just a moment for more energy too. So if you want to join me, let's begin. Big deep breath in, and here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. And then I will hit the singing bowl 3 times. And as we do this, we just let that love energy, the eternal, unconditional love energy of the higher realms fill up our hearts, fill up our minds, our bodies, our spiritual energy flowing out of us into the outside world after it fills us up. And something we can do to help us raise our vibration, of course, is gratitude, because that's one of the most powerful energies. Of course, unconditional love energy, probably the highest, but gratitude's right up there. And when we're grateful, we just go to this higher place and it magnetizes us to receive more of what we're grateful for. And it opens us up for that receiving energy to receive messages from spirit and all sorts of other stuff too. So if you want to join me in doing that as well, we'll begin. I will hit it 3 times, so beware. I'll start off at a distance in case it's really loud. I never know how loud it's going to be. So we'll begin now. So remember, gratitude. Here we go. She's just going to sing all night. We're just going to sit here and listen. She's going and going. Wow. Thank you guys so much for joining me and doing that. Can always tell when you guys join in. It's more energy and more energy. So thank you so much. We'll put her back here. She can watch over us. So hello, everybody. Hope you guys are doing well and enjoying this leftover full moon energy. Flowing dreams, dreams, dreams. It just feels like a different energy in the world, it seems, right now. Just not in a bad way or anything, just different. So it's good. So welcome, welcome, welcome. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. I'm your buddy Z. We are here to spill the tea. Got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. So welcome. There's always room for more Zen friends. We try to keep it a nice safe space, high vibration love and support. So thank you guys. And hardly ever, ever, ever have to mention anything. So you guys are so loving and supportive. And I'm so grateful for that. If you want to know how the whole process works, the free readings, donations, all that, all down there in the description area of the video. So I won't go into it all. If you have any questions, just you can put them out in the chat, and I'll keep an eye on it and let you know as I see them. But most of you guys know how it all works. But all the information's down in the description area if you need a reference of any kind. So I'm gonna skip past doing that. I'm sure a lot of you guys are tired of me doing it, and I'm getting tired of doing it every time too. So I hear you. But happy to answer any questions. Also, I do offer personal readings and energetic hedges. All that information's down in the description area of the video. And I do have a giveaway every new moon and full moon, which uh, we just had one a couple days ago. So Kritika won. Congratulations again, Kritika. And then so coming up here on April 17th, here is the link to that video about the giveaway. You can just watch that and find out how you can get into the drawing. So I'm excited. I like giving things away. Also, every new moon and full moon, I have a making the most of that energy of that moon. Here's the one from the Libra full moon. We can still, uh, glean from the release and affirmation energy of that because it was just a couple days ago. So you can still do that. And then next, I think it's next Friday, I have the Aries new moon making the most of that energy come out. So we got a lot of Aries energy happening. I mentioned it in the video, but because we got Mercury moving into it, we've got Mars itself that rules over Aries moving into it. Neptune's already in it. Saturn's already in it. The Sun is in Aries. The Moon joins in. Oh my God, we're on fire! And it's a big productive month of this energy of moving forward because they're all the planets are like in a forward movement. Mercury was the last one that was in retrograde. It moved out, and I think it's like April 10th is when it's completely out of its post shadow. It's still you can still of course um, launch things and do things now as well, but uh, even after April 10th for the rest of the month, woo woo woo, it's going to be exciting. Also, if you want to know the basics of making the most of full moon energy, I dive into all the release ceremonies and all that kind of stuff. If you want to check that video out, I made a separate one instead of going into that every month. When I do those videos, I created the basics to give you more details on probably more than you ever wanna know about affirmations and, for this one, affirmations and release ceremonies. For the new moon, it's wishes, and new moon wishes and, um, begins with an I, what is it? Manifestation, your intentions, that's what it is. Alright. And then lastly, but not leastly, I do have a podcast that comes out every 2 weeks as well. And here is the most recent one, Abundance, Where It Be. And we get into the two big reasons why we, um, have trouble with receiving our energy and our little rate of exchange. And so I dive deep, deep, deep into those in that episode. So be sure to check it out if you want. That's free. And if you want to catch up on any of the others, that's also available. The playlist, all the playlists are listed down in the description area. And if you go to my main channel page at there at the top. Also, I have my little off-world novel that I wrote. Gosh, it's been a while now. I think it's been over 5 years, or I think it's over 5 years ago. Yeah, because I can't believe I've been back here in Colorado Springs almost 5 years. That's crazy. But, here is the link if you're interested, or if you look it up on Amazon, it's Journey to the High Temple. My real name is Danny Beyer. I know. It's not Bretta Z, who knew? But if you want, it's, out there free. The ebook is out there free through the end of day Sunday, Pacific time, so midnight Pacific time. It the free little promo that it allowed me to do is over, so you have a chance to grab it if you like. If you want something to read. It was fun because, I channeled this book. Um, I sat down, I knew I felt like this urge to do a novel, and they just started showing me a movie in my head, and I just started typing it out, and as it went, I had no idea sometimes why things were happening. I was like, "What's that shadow character? Who is that?" I guess we'll find out later, because they just like, there's a shadow, there's someone watching them, and I'm like, "Who is it?" Like, and it's really cool, so, if you wanna check it out. No, never any expectations, just information, but I just like to make sure you guys know it's there. All right. So let us get some shout outs going, and we'll get my list all created, and then we'll get into the reading. So thank you guys so much for being here. Hello, hello. All right. We'll start at the bottom here, at the most recent, and work our way up here. So we got little Pink Daisy in the house. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Got you on here. Hey, Deb, Deb. Yes, I do see here we've got a um, Venmo here. So thank you for that. All right. And I see you have your request in the Venmo. So I'll get you on the list here. Let me look at timestamps here. All right. Yeah. So you'll be here. Whoops. Don't think I grabbed that right. Let me try that again. Ah, there it is. Oh, yeah. Do you see the little cat peeking? He's eating some ramen. I love my cat t-shirts. It's a reminder of the cat mind, and this one, because they're eating, it's "What am I feeding my mind?" All my t-shirts usually have a reason. They're like my reminders for myself when I see 'em in the mirror, or, like, when I'm live, I see the little cat looking back at me in my camera too, and, it's a reminder, "What am I feeding my mind?" I like that. Yeah, I think thanks so much, Dev Dev. Yeah, the Venmo and Cash App, those they don't currently charge me anything. Um, you know, PayPal and Square, they take their fees, but YouTube, they take a third of the super chats and that, which I get to do all this for free. So it's a small price to pay, and we don't have to pay them for you guys to attend either. So in the long run, it's like, meh, it works out. But I definitely appreciate you doing that extra effort there, Deb Deb. And then Lauren, I do see your Cash App came in here too. So Lauren, we'll get you on the donation list here as well, and I'll give everyone an update where we're at as we head into those here. So let's take a look here and get your questions in there since I see those, Lauren. All right. And we got Alice in the house. Hey, Alice, good to see you. Popping in. Everyone's jumping in here on this Friday night. Thanks for being here on a Friday night. All right, so we got those. We have Ashish Balkaran. Hello, hello. We'll get you on the free list here as well. Good to see you. All right, and we do have a guide. Hello, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here as well. Good to see you. We got Free Soul Humming. Hello, hello. Is that hum or are you just humming because you're happy, right? So good to see you. And Lauren, I'm so glad you said you're feeling so much better today. I love it. Good, good, good. And we have Priscilla. So Priscilla, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. And we've got Lotus Serendipity. Hello, thank you for your donation. I do have you on the donation, and I grabbed your question there. So we got your question from earlier on there. So thank you for that. And of course, JoJo in the house. Sleeping Beauty. Is she asleep? Shh. JoJo, are you awake? I don't see her question yet, but she might pop in here. I call her Sleeping Beauty because she's on the other side of the planet, and she attends so much in the middle of the night, and I'm so grateful to all of you that are on the other side of the planet, and it's, like, in the middle of the night or late at night or early in the morning. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. Let's see here. So I've got that, and I got Ascending Universal Butterfly. Hello. Thank you so much for the shout out too, for all the like, share, and subscribes. I appreciate that. And thank you guys so much for the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love. It's something you can do for free to show me some love, show my channel some love. And you're part of the love tsunami, helping spread the Zen love. So thank you guys that do that. I appreciate that. It does help. The algorithm gets us out there in front of others. So I like that. And so I do have you on the free list here, Ascending Universal Butterfly. We got Blueberry in the house. Blueberry, I have blueberry coffee and I'm trying this blueberry iced tea as well. So we're blueberried out today. I might end up, if you guys remember watching the original um, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory and she ate the gum and turned into a giant blueberry. That might be me by the end of tonight. Anyway, got you on the free list here, Blueberry. And then we have Sudeshna Ghosh times 3. I've got your donations up here. And then MM, we have you on the free list as well. So we got you there. All right. So we'll get you. Thank you, Alice, for your dual donations here. Let me get you on there. Get your question out here too, just so I have them all handy dandy. All here. Very good. Yeah, Viola, that was her name, right? The giant. They had to Oompa Loompa her out and roll her to the de-juicing room, right? Uh, oh, the good old days. All right. So I think I have everyone here. Let me just make sure here that we are good to go here. Right. So I think I do have everything written down. All right. All right, very good. I think, Alice, is that part of your second question there? I'll get that added on there. Hey, Tim, good to see you. Hello, brother. Given the universe time to work as predicted. Love the new job. Big hugs back to you, big brother. Little brother, maybe. You're probably my little brother, because I'm like around 6'4" or so. So cheers, everybody. I'm just sipping some coffee. Cheers to you. Thank you so much for being here. We will dive into the readings here. Hey, Jojo, Sleeping Beauty has arrived. We are going to continue to use this great blue BLEU cat tarot. I love this deck. I love the energy. If you make a donation, you do get a fortune cookie along with your reading to round it out. And tonight we are using the animal apothecary. So you get one of these little oracle cards for your fortune cookie. So that's what we'll be using. And I think that's everything. So let's dive in here. Oh, the order of the donations right now, there's 3 from Sudeshna and then Jojo, because I know you're going to put your question out any second now. So Jojo will be up after that, and then Lotus of Serendipity, and then Deb, and then Lauren of Light, and then Alice times 2 after that is where we're at. Bleu is in French. French, like cordon bleu. Yeah, right. Like the chicken. All right. So let's dive in. Thank you guys again so much for being here. I love you guys. All right. So we've got 2005 is the first one, Sudeshna. Here's your first timestamp. Your question, yes. So, For a few days, you've been having weird sensations and feeling in the left side of the front part of your neck. What is it? Why is it happening? Anything dangerous? Well, of course, you know the disclaimer that's in the description area of the video that tarot was for fun and entertainment purposes. I'm not a licensed physician. I would definitely go get it checked out just off the bat. Anything with the left part, because that's where our heart is, it doesn't hurt. If you have insurance and it doesn't cost you a whole lot, it doesn't hurt to get the fear wave out of your mind by just going and getting it checked out. Um, you know, especially if you have any numbness or any tingling or anything else. If it's just your neck right here, you know, we'll see what spirit says. But I'd always just recommend, if we have the ability to do it, get it off our minds. If it's something that's bothering us and we're getting anxious about it, it's just good to go peace of mind, unless you're a hypochondriac and every time you go to the doctor's office, it's once a week, and they're going, uh, you might want to just rest. All right. But I know that's not you. So let's take a look here. What does spirit have here? What is it? What is this about here? All right. Got one card for that. Why is it happening? And is it anything dangerous? If we get the death card, then we know you get to the emergency room, right? I know, no joke. No joke. I know. Let's just try to keep it light. Bottom of the deck, you do have the 5 of Cups. 5 of Cups energy. This is emotional energy. It's lower vibrational emotional energy. So, it can be stress related, which we've been talking about that for a while. You're under a lot of stress, and that does make your body try to get your attention to calm down and to find out where the stress is rooted, because it does all sorts of fun things for our body when we're in fear. So the more we can come back to calmness, um, we're big proponents of breathing, right, Deb? Breathing exercises, doing breath work to help calm can really help all of us. So I definitely recommend that too. Um, so what is it? What's going on here? You have the 9 of feathers, the 9 of swords. So here is nightmare and insomnia, a lot of expectation and fear energy. So with these two cards, the bottom of the deck being the 5 of cups and the swords, I feel like it's stress, and it almost feels like it's muscles, and you might be like really carrying a lot of your stress in your shoulders and in your neck, is what I'm getting. Of course, please go get it checked out, but I feel like that's what's coming in. Why is it happening? 10 of feathers, 10 of swords, which is an energy of a lot. That's the 9 and the 10 of swords, meaning a lot of stress on your mind, a lot of expectations and fears that are, getting your attention, right? Hello, hello, hello. So, um, I feel like this is at the root of all this here, right? Um, so that's why it's happening. It's the cause of it is fear. Why it's happening for you is because you have some unresolved emotional and mental energies that, like your mental inner child wants you to question these so they can be free from it. And when we kind of push all these fears down, our older inner child, the physical body, that's the one that forms between 14 and 21. They're the older sibling of the mental and emotional inner child, who are formed emotional 7 years and younger, mental 7 to 14, body 14 to 21, 7 year segments, right? Well, if we don't listen and we are shush, 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 then our body goes, hey, pay attention, right? So, or ow. So pay attention, right? So there's some things to be looked at here. Is it anything dangerous? You have the 7 of feathers. I don't feel like it's dangerous, but I still would go get it checked out. Um, just so that they can, put your mind at ease in a way. But the 7 of you got all this feathers energy here, all the mindset. 7 of swords is your own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that steal opportunities from you. So I don't feel like it's dangerous, but there's a lot that's here. Yeah. You got the 3 of cups. Underneath this, we got the 3 of cups and the temperance card. It's the balancing energy and joy energy. And that's the opposite of fear, right? Those are the things that help us. The more we focus on gratitude and joy and laughter and play, the less stressed we are. So they're giving you this a way to balance this is to step into the higher vibration energy and not the fear lower energy, right? Yeah. And again, you've got this magician energy with the 10 of wands, ton of energy flowing here. And that the magician shows that you have the power to choose where you are focusing your magic wand and your energy. And that 10 of wands is can either be looked at as burden and stress or into gratitude and abundance, right? So I feel like that's the source of all this is you're stressing out and you're probably sleeping weird, having nightmares. But I feel like you carry a lot of your stress in your shoulders and which then up into your neck as well. So I feel like that is that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. Um, what animal wants to make itself known here for you and provide some guidance here? Sorry, that was really loud. Maybe not to you guys, because this microphone is supposed to be only picking up me here by this little setting back here on the microphone. All right, let's see what we got here. Surrender to receive. You got the little joyful otter. Look, he's got a little tear of joy. He's just so happy. Let's see what he says here. So, otter teaches us about the feminine power of reception through surrender. In the sea, otter is often floating on her back, stomach open to the sky, receiving the sun. This is an extremely vulnerable position. To be free from worry and not distracted by what may lurk in the dark waters below is a liberated state of being. There you go. Boom, boom, boom. The medicine of this card directly asks you to be patient, accept uncertainty, fully trusting that you will be taken care of no matter what. Be wary of the mind chatter. There you go again, insisting that you need to know the outcome now. Universal law does not resonate with the ego's desperate need for instant gratification. Something is waiting to be received, but it can only be accepted if you open and allow it. When you're open to receiving, you become a magnet for that which you seek. What is the expectation or problem you're holding on to so tightly? And I feel like that tightness comes in here. Imagine that issue as a tightly closed fist. When you unclench your fist, your open palm is able to receive what life has in store for you. Let go of the need to control what you cannot control. Surrender to the idea of how you need the outcome to look. Otter's power in the sea is her sensual flexibility. She bends and yields with the currents. Allow the moment to unfold without forcing it into the box of limited human perception. Otter swims in the dark, mysterious sea of the unknown. It is here that she receives all her nourishment. Otter's medicine is to surrender and swim with the current of uncertainty and receive something far greater than your immediate and limited desires. Ooh, I like this. A lot of this energy feels like this most recent podcast I did too. There's a lot of that, what we can do to open up to receive. So if you haven't checked that out, I would recommend that too. All right. So that is for your first one, Sudeshna. I love that, how that card was so perfect. All right, let's see. We do a couple more shout outs here and we'll get back into the readings. All right. Thank you so much, Ascending Universal Butterfly, for your shout out there. All right, Livier. Hello, hello. Good to see you. I see your free reading request. We'll get you on the list here. And Jojo, there's your question. Why did you have difficulty going to the store? All right, that'll be fun. We'll find out what's going on there. Got your question. And we've got Dollface Diva in the house. Good to see. We'll get you on the free list here as well. And what was this, Tim? Tim is short. But if I could stand on my heart, that's right, you'd be 7 foot tall with, you'll spare the room of the tell when you stood on your tongue. True story. Bad beer. Oh, you stood on your tongue. Well, yeah, let's not get into that. That's so funny though. All right. So, I think I got everyone on the list. We'll jump back in here. So, Sudesh, now we're up for number 2 here at 30:48. There you go. And for number 2, you wanna know how will your health be? Oh, I didn't give your first one a love and a like up here. Let's give your second one a love and a like here too. So, how will your health be in the month of April? Will you be okay or anything? Guidance, right? So, as in your first reading disclaimer about health, right? Which I know you know, but for the sake of YouTube and everything else. So let's see here. What does your health look like? What do they want you to know about the month of April? Right, you got this here. And then is there anything that you need to know about and any guidance on health? They kind of gave you some in your last reading too. And you got the underlying energy for your health is the Hierophant. I just love this, the way they show the Hierophant here of, like a cat just enjoying the things of the outside world. It's not what the Hierophant is for me. It's the the Hierophant is the teacher energy. It's the master of change, with it being the number 5 in the major arcana. So, it is about a lot of clarity that you receive in the month of April around your mind and, um your awareness. So it's showing you a different way of looking at your health and clarity coming in around your health and some good change energy around your health too. Positive energy. How is your health going to be for the month there? You got the 6 of fishes, the 6 of cups. 6 of cups energy. It's like a childlike energy. It is a balanced emotional energy. And I feel like this is what they're kind of going back to some stuffed emotions that are bubbling up, because this is about emotions from the past that come up. And I feel like this is a repeating cycle of some health things that rise up. It doesn't feel like it's, but I feel like it's just some repetitive stress or stomach issues. It's just stress related things. And I feel like there's this you used to have it when you were younger, and it feels like it just kinda comes back, but it's to show you that the root of it is emotional stress with the 6 of cups. You wanted to know here, will your health be okay? Yeah, these are 2 cards, and I put all the cards back separately throughout the deck. So when you just had a reading and 2 of the cards come in with the 5 of cups, which was the bottom of the deck, and the temperance, balancing your emotions, there is an important energy here of your health is dependent upon your emotional state because so much of our body is influenced. There's so much of our illnesses or things that go awry with our bodies that are stress related, and it tells you about our current society, right? we, when we think about what we're stressed about, we're not stressed about having food and basic survival things. We've created all these other things that stress us out, and that other, someone that's in survival mode trying to just have enough to eat goes, really? You're worried about, whether this is going to happen or that's going to happen? I'm just, focused on getting a meal for today so I don't die. Right. And when we kind of question that and get to it, it's like, yeah, it's so much to be grateful for. I mean, running water, clean running water, right? Shelter, electricity, that alone. And then we got internet and air conditioning and heating and um, secure home where, the wind doesn't blow and you don't feel it go through your house. There's a lot of stuff, but there's this balancing energy with all that to say that there's some balancing of emotions here. Any other guidance than what they've been giving you before? You got the Ace of Fishes, the Ace of Cups. Yeah, it's the journey of self-love, and that's really it comes down to our so much of our stress is about us feeling like we're gonna get it rejected somehow in the outside world. For some reason, somehow, with all the that's where our stress comes from, is our ultimately, if you look at all our fears, when you dial it down deep enough, we're just afraid of rejection from our tribe or from a creator or universe or some sort of other force, right? So I feel like you might have a few little stressful expressions come up in your physical body, but I feel like if you get down to the, what's causing this is emotional stress, that I need to take steps to become less stressed in my life. So I feel like that's the big message for that. Let's see what your fortune cookie comes in here as well. What, what animal? You've got the quantum jump, grasshopper, card number 36. Let's see what they bring in here for you. So in physics, it is understood that a quantum particle breaks down to the smallest particles that create the fabric of reality. A quantum particle is every version of itself at once. Yet, when the particle is observed, it becomes the version of itself that is reacting to the observer's consciousness. This also applies to humans. In layman's terms, we are every version of ourselves, but our consciousness dictates what version of ourselves we choose to be. Grasshopper's Medicine jumps into your cards today and asks you to quantum jump into the highest version of yourself. You do this by assuming the identity and emotion of the self you want to be. It is in you to be the most fantastic version of you. You just need to jump into it. Stand up straight, fix your posture, wake up early to pray, meditate, and move. Eat foods that the most amazing version of yourself would eat. Dress the way the highest version of yourself dresses. Work like the version of you that you respect. Treat people the way the highest version of you treats people, especially yourself, right? Take action towards goals in the same way that the version of you who is making big wins would take. Start loving yourself the way the version of you who is in love with themselves would treat themselves. That's that Ace of Cups. This card says you can no longer identify with being a victim to circumstance. You are powerful and you create your own reality. Grasshopper's Medicine asks you to choose to be the version of yourself that feels the most fulfilling right now. What you've been chasing this entire time is within you. Jump into the you that actualizes their potential. I love that. Again, this is, you know, the observer. Are we changing who we're being because we're of people who are observing us? It's like, no, I'm going to step in to be who I want to be. Kind of power energy, I feel, comes in here a little bit too. So I like that for you. For number 2 there, Sudeshna. So we'll dive into number 3 here. Let me just take a look here. I thought we had someone jump in here. Hey, Guera, good to see you. Hello, hello. So good to see you. I see your donation here. We'll get you on the donation list as well here. So good to see you. Let me get that up there. There we go. And I think that was it. Yeah, so all right. We'll continue on here. I'll give an update where we're at on donations after I finish Sudeshna's here. So for number 3, we got 39.25 for you. Boom, boom, boom. There we are. And let's give your third one a love and a like up here too. All right. So you want to know, how will the month of April be in your career? All right. Let's get the overall energies there. What will happen based on current energies? Current working at Cognizant, any changes coming with them there as well? Any changes with Cognizant? Okay, we got this and this and that. All right, let's see what we got here. So, yeah, well, this makes sense. Now, you've had this card show up in every single one of your readings. You have the 5 of Cups. This is that sorrow energy, the source of your stress, right? One of your big sources of stress is career, obviously, because here it is, every single card. That's the underlying energy, right? How will the month of April be for career? You got the chariot. You got some choices to make in April. And I like this because the chariot is movement. It's definitely movement energy. So I do feel like there's some big changes that are happening. Chariot being one of the major arcana cards. They roll, for me, roll over all four knights. The knights are movement, quest energy, and it's the power of choice. Yeah, you can always choose higher vibration, lower vibration. I feel like I've talked enough with that around you. You could probably repeat it back to me. So I feel like we want to focus in on more that you get to choose. Are you going to stay there? Or I feel like you have at least one other option, if not two other options, to choose to go interview and to go head off to here. So April is a month of movement. It's Aries energy. There's a ton happening. So great opportunities, a lot of choices that will come forward for you to make regarding your career. Positive victory kind of energy that comes in. What will happen? You've got the king of plants, the king of wands. Yeah. Again, this is that energy of I'm getting out of my head and into my heart, clearing the throne room and deciding what it is I want. Then I put a plan, I put action behind it, and you're making decisions here for your life. You're this stepping into your power of you choosing for you during the month of April. Makes total sense with these energies that are here, right? And then what about cognizant? What's going on there? Yep, 10 of feathers, 10 of swords. Kind of feel with cognizant, the 10 of swords is this I'm sick and tired of trying to live up to all these unreasonable expectations and I'm done. It's an ending energy, mentally, stick a fork in me. I'm done with this place kind of energy. So I feel like you are kind of having it. I have the 5 of feathers to the 5 of swords. And again, here's all this swords energy, the 10 of swords you got in your first reading, right? Around your health. There's all this conflict. This conflict at work is a big part of your inner conflict that's causing you stress. So I do feel like there is, it's either, I mean, I know it's definitely internal. It might even be external kind of conflict, not like you're getting in a fight or anything. I wouldn't put it past you though, if someone pushes you, you'll go at them, right? No, I don't. I know you wouldn't. That would be a video on YouTube though. Here she goes, look out. Um, and you do have the 6 of plants, the 6 of wands that's coming in here along with all that. So if you win the fight, regardless of what it is, but I feel like this is part of the flow, even with this little dragonfly of transformation here. I just feel like there's you know, a lot of disappointment that you get from cognizant during this month where you're just like, I'm tired of being promised things and being told this and being told that, and nothing's ever good enough. And they keep changing their stories and and I feel like you feel good to choose these other places and to go into something where you will be less stressed and your health will return back to. So I like this for you. We'll see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Let's put these cards back in. But it definitely feels like there's one one other choice, like between because you're making a choice between cognizant and somewhere else. But I kind of feel like you have two choices outside of cognizant as well. All right, let's take a look here. So what animal wants to this one here. All right. So you've got prayers are answered. Hallelujah. You got buffalo. If you ever watched Dances with Wolves, it's Tatanka. All right, let's take a look here. So North American Plains Indian tribes revered the great buffalo. Buffalo provided the means for survival and very little was wasted. Buffalo was life. Sacred dance ceremonies were performed to honor buffalo and ask for a successful hunt. In these ceremonies, yeah, successful hunt for a new career. There you go. In these ceremonies, dancers would become the buffalo in spirit. The lesson of the buffalo is the importance of asking the great mystery, the universe, for help through syncing your prayers with action to create abundance and success. Act as if your prayers have already been answered. When we act as though our prayers have been answered, we become a magnet for our prayers to manifest themselves in their physical forms. Let's say you're experiencing disunity and having a difficult time with a colleague. Oh, there you go. Here's that fight that's coming. Your prayer is to resolve the issue and have unity between the two of you. Your prayer to the universe would be to ask for unity with your coworker and then to act as if you already had it. This would look like you being kind, respectful, and showing love to your coworker immediately, regardless of whether the problem was resolved or not. This action is what would create the unity and eventually dissolve the issue. When buffalo tramples into your spread, this medicine is a confirmation that your prayers are being heard regarding career, especially, right? But it is of the utmost importance that you stand in unwavering blind faith that they are coming to fruition. Endure the time and uncertainty because your deepest heart's desires will be manifested. Act like the person whose prayer has already been answered. So, what? Give your notice and head out. No, I'm just kidding. What I love about buffalo too, I heard a great thing that buffalo don't run from storms. When a buffalo sees a storm coming, they run at the storm because they know if they run at the storm, they're gonna get wet. They're gonna get wet anyway. So, but they know that if they run in the towards the storm, they'll get through the storm faster. Whereas cows will run from the storm and stay in the storm because they're traveling with the storm instead. So there's a message in that about not running from, a career change, but head right at it and you'll get through the storm faster. I like that. Right. So that's what they have for you, Sadeshna. Hopefully that helps. Have an amazing day. You're probably sleeping right now. So hello, good day to you. All right. So many blessings. All right, let me take a quick sip here and I'll give you an update where we're at and we'll jump back in. So cheers, cheers, everybody. So happy to be here. Happy weekend. Woo woo. All right. So up next we'll have JoJo and then Lotus of Serendipity and then Deb Deb and then Lorna Light and then Just Alice times two. And then Guerra means war will be up after that. All right. So let's jump back in. So JoJo, you're up 47, 57. So we're jumping up by tens here. Let's take a look here. So thank you for your donation. Let's see here. Yeah, it's a little rainbow unicorn. Thank you for that. And you wanted to know here, why did you have difficulty going to the store today? All right, let's take a look. See what we got going in here. Why did you have difficulty going to the store? Today it was an interesting day today. I was telling my host when I went for my walk today and did all that, but it felt like gravity. And maybe I just worked out really hard yesterday too. I did upper body though, but it felt like I was wearing big muddy boots because it just felt like it was hard. Like gravity just felt like it was heavier today. So don't know if that's what you're meaning, but then maybe there's some sort of energy going on. Let's see what we've got here. You do have the two of feathers on the bottom, the two of swords that are here. That is the power of story in a way, because it's the power of choice regarding mindset and thinking. But I also feel more so it feels like an indecision, like you weren't committed to going and you were kind of in that. Maybe that's the Libra energy of the full moon, kinda going, "Well, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know," kind of energy that was coming in here. You weren't quite sure you really wanted to go. But let's see what that's the bottom of the deck. You have the Emperor energy, yeah. You're just kind of like, "I'm not sure this is what I wanna do." Just felt, the Emperor number 4, it's just kind of like this pausing energy, this being in between kind of energy. Because the emperor, there's different stages of the emperor. It's like they cleared the throne room, it's all quiet. they're sitting there and they're trying to figure out, "What do I want?" That's the energy of the Emperor card that's coming in. It's that kind of the in-between energy. You got the 3 of fishes, the 3 of cups. There is this joy energy, friends energy, group energy. I don't know, it's like I'd rather be doing something else. And yeah, there's I'd rather be doing something else, but it feels like, yeah, I don't know, it just low energy because the joy, this is the joy energy and like kind of the group energy. But I kind of feel like there was, like, very little motivation in your blood today. I can relate to that because it felt that way. It was like, just, I'm like, "If I don't get out and walk, I'm not gonna walk. I'm gonna lay down and take a nap." And I went out and did it. It's like, you did it anyway, right? Let's see what else you got here. You got more cards. You got the King of Fishies. So that's the balance between head and heart, and the 7 of fishies, which a lot of feeling a lot of emotions. And this, you got a lot of emotional energy here with, the 3 of cups and these 2 cards. Um, I and this makes sense. I feel like you're emotionally drained too. You just felt like, "I just don't have it in me," It's like your physical will was impacted by your emotional state. I just feel like you've been feeling like you've had to have, like, your emotional barrier up, and you haven't been able to really, it's like your nervous system has been running constantly, and it's catching up to your body to where you're just like, "Oh, I just wanna stay in my room and lock the door," energy. What else do you got here? Yeah, the 10 of wands, burdened, lot of energy being invested. That's kind of the energy I was picking up on here. What's the other card with it? Yeah, and the star card, balance of the chakra energy, I feel is needed here. And we talked about your chakras. Was it last night that we talked about chakras? But I do feel like there is, a need to kind of just look into balancing, more so balancing your emotions, and with this Aquarius, kind of compartmentalizing your emotions and going, let me put this over here, this emotional energy with the people that are bringing up the most emotional charges, lower vibrational emotional charges around you. Just feel like you're getting exhausted being around some energies, and it's kind of charging your nervous system, where it's like you're on high alert all the time. And you're used to being able to at least, when you're, especially like when you're living by yourself and you've all the doors are locked and the windows are drawn and you with your puppy and you feel all safe and you're just like, I can rest now. So, um, you might even do like a little bubble before you go to sleep and just kind of surround yourself in a giant bubble of unconditional love, and ask, of course, all of your wonderful spiritual posse just to encircle you and allow you to rest deeply. And even do that, like bubble up your emotional energy, empathic bubble, so that you're not, all that energy that's surrounding you doesn't absorb into you there. So I feel like that's what's going on there, and that's why you had difficulty going. Let's see here what your what animal wants to come through here for you. I feel like it's this one here. You've got, yeah, you got the star. Here's the star card again. Got the starfish. Keep trying. Keep trying to go to the store. No, you know what it means. So the medicine of this card speaks of wishes being granted, but also the understanding that you will have to try again and again to receive what you desire. The process of trial and error will lead you to fulfillment. There's a story of a young maiden who prayed and prayed to the stars to heal her so she could fully serve her purpose. She tried everything but failed to ever feel whole. One day, the young maiden received a starfish from the stars. She thought to herself, "This must be what will heal me." The young maiden inspected the starfish, sang to the starfish, danced with the starfish in hopes that it would heal her, but nothing happened. As a last resort, she took a small bite of the starfish's arm. Still nothing happened. The young maiden cried out to the stars and cursed them for her inability to be healed. She fell to her knees and begrudgingly threw the starfish into the pond before her. And as she wept in despair, her gaze fell upon the starfish subtly moving in the waters. As she watched it regrow the arm that she had taken a bite of, the medicine of the starfish was revealed to her. It was at this very moment she had a deep expansion of consciousness. By witnessing the starfish regenerate, she understood the message from the stars. She could heal herself. The ability to do this was not outside of herself, it was always within. This was when the young maiden began to heal. Whether you are healing, manifesting, or creating a meaningful relationship, Starfish's medicine is to keep trying. Understand that all you deem to be failures leads you closer to the right action. If the young maiden didn't take multiple approaches, she would have never been led to the answer that lies within. And so I feel like you're the starfish that's been bitten and you can regenerate and grow back your arm and your energy. So I like that for you. Right. So that's what they have for you, Jojo. So many blessings to you. Enjoy your dreaming if you're sleeping right now. All right. Many blessings. All right. Let me take a quick sip here. We'll continue on. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So, Lotus of Serendipity, you are up. Here's your time stamp. Put that out here and we'll give your donation a love and a like here because it lets me. And you would like messages from the water beings. Absolutely. I love that. Let's take a look here and we'll see what the water beings have for you. Just shuffle these up a little bit here. All right. So, water beings. All right. Thank you. What else? Thank you. And I do want this one, and I do want this one. These two. I do want this one here too. It's so funny that the card, I usually put all the cards down and sometimes a card will flip out and show itself. Well, the card that shows itself is the 7 of Cups. Water beings all over the place, right? You got you got all these different, you know, um, cups with all these different emotions and different beings in there. So I love that they made themselves known right away. So that's interesting. Um, and I do wanna start with that 7 of Cups because I do feel like this is it's a collective, it feels like, of water beings, and but it's a collective of collectives. So it would be like, you know, it's like a sea collective or like with my water elemental spirit guide, they one of the lifetimes they had that they showed me was they were in Atlantis and they actually were like what we would call like a marine biologist. They actually lived out on a floating platform home above a great barrier that was near. They didn't like living in the big city. They liked being away and being among all the collective. The whole reef was like a collective of different, you know, beings, but they all communicated and interacted as one. But even though they were all fishies and eels and all sorts of different things, right? That's what I kind of getting with this here too. It's like there's the dolphin collective and the whale collective and um different water elemental beings, even extraterrestrial, but there's like 7 specific collectives that are coming together as one collective, in communicating with you and surrounding you as well. If you, wanna check out my podcast series on elemental spirit guides, I'll throw that out there. I just feel like they're bringing that up for a reason. Let me find it really quick here. Yeah, here it is. I called it the monthly quest playlist. So if you're interested, this is all free. You can check that out there. And in case you might be watching right now, I'll put it also below your timestamp on the pinned comment that I'll put at the end of the session. If you need to find it again, it'll be right there for you. So I feel like they're bringing in some energy here for you because on the bottom of the deck, which is your overall energy of the reading, is the 10 of Wands, which for me, and especially underneath it, having the Death card, I feel like this is a kind of like an upgrade, an ending of like a stage that you're in, and you're moving to a higher vibrational area, and they're helping you with this, especially with empathic abilities. Because underneath these, you've got the Queen of Cups, the ruler over emotion, and not only that, because she normally rules it with the king, but the queen gets two portions of water. She's the master of emotion. Underneath that, too, you do have this Eight of Fishes, which is letting go of some old emotions that don't serve you anymore. That is helping. And I feel like it's something that you've been working on, and that's why you're getting into this new upgrade, because you've been releasing some emotions that were in the pipeline that's allowing a bigger flow of love energy, which is expanding your empathic abilities, to move forward there as well. So I like all this. Here's all this water energy from the water beings, right? Along with the collective 7 of cups, what did we get here? Oh, you got another 7. So the 7 of feathers. So you got the 7 of swords and the 7 of cups. So 7 energy, and here's that really emphasizing the collective of the 7 beings, the 7 collectives that are forming like one big collective. But I feel like they have a representative, like these bowls that are coming forward to you in 7 different beings representing their 7 collectives, but it's like a little mini water council. Specifically, they're aiding you in your development of your empathic abilities. I also felt like that, 6 of cups energy, which is past life connections, which I feel like they're also helping you with the Akashic records and the emotional energy from past lives and other lives that they're helping you understand too. So this is part of your upgrade, that they're expanding that energy. So wow, I love this for you. You also have the 5 of Pentacles and the King of Fishes, the King of Cups. And I feel like they're helping you really balance some of these old emotions that are related to, lack. Those fears from earlier. This is the stuff that they're clearing out from the pipeline, right? Old emotions of feeling like you're not good enough, a fear of not having enough, not being enough, a fear of being abandoned, left behind, left out in the cold. This comes back from your earlier childhood and possibly other lifetimes too. They're clearing things out, and this King of Cups balances the head and the heart. So this conflict that's been bubbling up for a while, that you've been dealing with, old thoughts and beliefs and emotions that don't serve you anymore, this has been all this balancing energy that's been coming in. So you've been doing the work, and you've been feeling this expansion of your empathic abilities, and that's like, this is why they're giving you the explanation of, first of all, like a fist bump, high five, group hug on how much you've been working on it, and that's what's opened you up to be able to have these upgrades. But you're in the process of, like, in the verge of it. You're not in it yet, but you're on the verge of it, this new upgrade coming in, and that's why they wanna take the opportunity to kind of forewarn you and prepare you, right? Because you have the 4 of Fishes, the 4 of Cups, and the Knight of, um, Feathers, the Knight of Swords. So you're on this quest of understanding emotional balance and understanding how the emotions of the outside world hadn't been fulfilling you, and this is the Ace of Cups. So it's kind of like this, it almost feels like the Knight of Cups energy that's coming with this combined quest of finding your inner love, and you're raising your love vibration. Again, as you're letting go those old emotions that don't serve anymore, you're going to a new level in love, and that's what's happening. That's why you're experiencing this expansion and this upgrade, download and upgrade with your empathic abilities, especially related to, not especially, but in additionally related to your Akashic records, in the past life and other lifetime emotions. Yeah, because you have the Page of Wands, which is the upgrade energy. So you had the 10, right? You had the 10? Yeah, so you're moving from the 10 to the 11. So this is all about upgrade energy and a ending of old energy, level, and, promotion to a new level. So I like this for you. Buckle up, buttercup, here it comes, and it's positive. Um, and I know I've shared a lot of little videos and stuff, but that's why I created them, so I could reference them and give you guys extra little tidbits. In fact, the next podcast that will be out in 2 weeks, I think it's 2 weeks, because we just had one come out a couple days ago on Thursday, right? Yesterday? Yeah, so we'll have another one 2 weeks. That one's gonna be about empathic abilities. But in the meantime, if you want to check these out, you probably know some of this information already, but with all your empathic abilities. But this is two little small podcasts I made, the empathic bubble, and then also the real gift of an empath. And again, I'll put those underneath your um, timestamp in the um, pinned comment, so you'll have 3 videos to reference if you're interested in that. All right, so I feel like those are the big messages from them. Let's see what animal, spirit guide also wants to share some information with here for your fortune cookie. Alright, and you have inner conflict resolution. Well, there you go. I love that. Is that a water snake? Is that a water moccasin? No, this is a venomous snake. So, venomous snake comes to speak to us about the ironic remedy of poison. The right amount of poison in our lives acts like a vaccine, allowing us to heal and build immunity toward a larger deadly dose. This poison comes to us in the form of inner conflict, suffering, and self sabotage. Every great venture that you deeply yearn to manifest is met with agonizing inner conflict. When we are on our journey toward expansion and self fulfillment, we will come face to face with an inner dialogue that tries to tear down our dreams. These debilitating moments of great mental anguish are put on your path for you to witness, learn from, and eventually overcome. They are quite literally the catalyst for your growth. Strange how we view these thoughts as holding us back when, in fact, in the right amount, they can act like a vaccine that allows us to create a certain type of immunity toward future obstacles on the journey of manifesting. Despite the inner agony, congratulations. This is all a normal part of the process in you leveling up. No, no kidding. It says it right here. This is why Falcon, which Falcon is above the snake here, right? Why Falcon brought her medicine to this card because she heralds victory and overcoming your current obstacle. Acknowledge that this moment of discomfort is a part of your evolution. This is a growing pain. Falcon and venomous snake combine their medicine to reassure you the outcome of is promising, and whatever conflict that you're currently facing will soon dissipate. Take a deep breath in, release, and smile. I love that for you. So, beautiful message. That is what they have for you, Lotus of Serendipity. Thank you again for your donation. Appreciate that. All right, let's see. We have some shout outs here. Deb Deb. Oh, thank you, Deb Deb. And we've got Santa. Welcome. Long time no see. Been busy in the North Pole, have you? Welcome, good to see you. All right. So we'll continue down the list here. Let's see. So we are at here. We've got Deb will be up next. And then we got Lorna Light, Just Alice times two, Guerrera means war is where we're at. So we're getting there. We're getting there. All right. So Deb, let's see, you're at 1:10:33 is your timestamp. Boom, boom, boom. So thank you for your donation via the Venmo. I'll jump in there. Ah, very good. I'm glad that resonated. Look at the links. Yeah, absolutely. Happy Easter to you as well. Yay, Deb. So you want an oracle reading and then energy for next week. Let's see here. So you'll get an animal apothecary. Where are we going here? Where do we feel? These ones are calling out to you. The bright red, you got the wisdom of the oracle is where we'll grab your oracle from here. We take a quick sip here and we'll dive in and see what we want to know here. All right. So, all right. Aren't you going to shuffle it? They're so funny. I go, look, and then you don't make me shuffle. They're so funny. Aren't you going to shuffle your cards? That's my spirit guides to me. And then I'm going to go shuffle, and then this card slips out and go, no, you don't need to. Yeah, you got observer. Look at you and your telescope looking up at the stars. I like that. Let's see if I can zero in a little more. Let's see. That's right, a fox looking at the stars. That's you, right? Such a fox. Let's take a look here. Come on. So it's observer. The essential energy of the card is perspective, objectivity, neutral observation from a distance. So stay home. You've done enough out there at the campsite, right? Anyway, the oracle's message says most people see the world through a personal lens. They closely identify with their feelings and experiences, so much so that they come to believe that these are the only reality. There are times when you need distance in order to gain perspective and understand your circumstances from a more neutral vantage point. Now is one of those times in your life. This is a perfect moment for you to begin to do some exploring. Instead of only considering yourself, consider what you need to understand about the conditions, people, culture, and environment you're engaged with now. You'll be so happy you did. Illumination is the miracle you seek and will indeed find. This one has a relationship message, a prosperity message, and a protection message, and I'm going to read all three. So the relationship message says sometimes you just can't see the forest for the trees in your way. How interesting that we're talking about forest and trees. Feelings can get all jumbled up, and often you hear one thing when a person says another. Can be like an echo of an unresolved past experience dubbed over your conversation. Take time out before you react. It's likely the other person has no idea how his or her words have affected you. Take a few steps back and lend understanding to the situation. Have faith in your connection and trust that you can come together. Take to higher ground now and cultivate curiosity about what you observe in yourself, in others, and in the landscape. You'll find things much improved sooner than you know. Is it funny? Prosperity message says it is an advantageous time for you to get some distance from what you're doing and see your work and your projects from a different perspective. The trick is to connect to the essence of your goals and aspirations while letting the form and timing be dictated by spirit. You may be too personally attached to an outcome and unable to see the miracle because it's not turning out exactly as you planned. Trust spirit. The perfect version of your abundance is right in front of you. Remain neutral and curious and watch the miracle unfold. That's hilarious. Protection message says, ever think sometimes your life options are suction cupped to your face and you can't see beyond yourself? Yeah. There's a big world out there, a multitude of potential realities that you're unable to perceive at present. So you're a little stuck. It's time to get advice from someone you trust, someone who has a better perspective on your circumstances. Other points of view are needed now before you move forward. Take heart. A beautiful vista is awaiting for you to drink it in. You just need a little help widening your scope beyond your small self. I like that, especially with like you said, you took out your telescope, and I like that. It's like making sure you're taking time for you because you can fall into the giving yourself up for your children, which is normal. No judgment, All right, let's see what else they have here for you. The energy for next week based on current energies. Pull a couple cards here. Boom, boom, and boom. Yeah. I feel like they're saying here, like, they're going to give you a little past, present, future, which is so not me. I don't think I've really done those types of readings, but they're going to give you the energy of what's bringing you into the energy of next week, what the energy is, and what you can do with that energy. What are the possibilities? Bottom of the deck, you do have the Ace of Pentacles. So there is new opportunities that are there, right? Um, but it's also about self-worth, an opportunity to see your worth differently as well. Like that regardless of what you do or what you don't do, your worth doesn't change. No matter what happens in the outside world and in your life, your worth has never changed. It's always been, at the, perfect, you know. So I like that. Um, so what's brought you up to this energy here? Yeah, you got the world card, an ending of a major cycle, beginning of a new adventure, and yeah, this victory. So I feel like a lot of this has to do with, all these changes, all this stuff coming to fruition that's bringing in this energy um, of next week, right? A lot of endings, a lot of culmination, and you know some good victories and things like your daughter, with them getting the campsite and that, and different things just has brought you to here's this new adventure that's opening up now, right? So rather than that, we can look at it as it's opened up and created work, or it's created an adventure. And whatever energy we put around it, of course, is going to be what energy we have for this next week, which based on current energy, you got the Queen of Balls, Queen of Pentacles, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. I like this for you. I feel like you're in a good balanced state with this energy next week because you're mothering, you're being a mom, you're being a birther, you're getting out into nature, Mother Nature, but you're also nurturing yourself. And so you have this good balance of I'm taking care of me, I'm doing things I love. I'm not going out all week. I'm going up, like you said, the middle of the week, right? So I like this energy that's coming in because it's productive, it's creative, it's successful, it's good energy. So I like that. Where's this taking you? What you have the possibility of the 4 of Pentacles. So when I was talking about in the beginning, this is a solid foundation of home, but it's a great energy of the um, being aware that when we define ourselves by the outside world, any of those buckets of relationships with people, situations, or things that I feel unstable because all that out there is unstable. So I like that they're bringing back in here and that they're reinforcing that your worth doesn't change regardless of what does happen or doesn't happen in the outside world. And so they're kind of bringing this in with this energy of, this is you know, we can look at it as creation instead of destruction or repair, we can look at it as there's an opportunity for to create now, not because if we're going to go fix something that's broken, that's lower vibration. That's expectations are nothing ever happens that we don't want to happen. Oh, and look, this happened. Now we got to get it back up to meets expectations, but get it back up to zero instead of get rid of expectations of this wasn't supposed to happen. These things are not, but everything's just supposed to be perfect. It's like, no, this is an opportunity to create now, and I'm going to create something new in the space that's been opened up, right? Um, yeah, failing your daughter, right? Touch of anxiety. Yeah. And it's like, what if I don't make her life all better? What if we don't fix everything? Nothing needs to be fixed. It's all perfect, right? So I like this energy that they're talking about coming back to where do you define your worth, right? Yeah. Isn't that great? Let's see what animal comes in here. Is it gonna be a hawk? Is it gonna be a hawk? Kind of. Close enough. You got a spider and a raven. It still flies. Let's see what we got here. Master Manifester. It's the raven. So Raven lived a lonely life in the dark abyss of the universe with only one other creature, Spider. Anytime Spider crawled to Raven, Raven would freeze in terror, and Spider would sadly crawl away, for she did not want to scare Raven. Often you could find Raven gazing into the endless universe and dreaming about creating the world. There's that creation energy as well, right? Everything in his heart wanted to experience so much more, but he just didn't know how to create it. One day, Spider saw Raven projecting his dream into the universe. Spider crawled up to Raven, and as usual, Raven froze in fear. Spider sadly looked up to Raven, suffocating in his fear, and right before Spider was about to dart away, she decided to use her voice. She said, "Dear Raven, I know you do not trust me, but I can help you." Raven seemed to snap out of his hypnotic state of terror for a moment and looked down at Spider. "I can weave your dream into existence," said Spider. It was at this moment that Raven understood. Not only did he have to befriend his fear, who was Spider, but that his fear is what held the gift to allow him to manifest his dream. Wow, you just talk about fear of letting your daughter down, right? Once Raven could accept and deeply love all aspects of himself, one being the spider who represented his fear, he then was able to become the ultimate magician, the master manifester. I feel like maybe spider, like gnats, are one of my spirit animals, spirit insects that remind me of expectations. Maybe spider will be your reminder about that specific fear. Raven's medicine says when you honor all aspects of your being, you become whole. Wholeness equates to self love, and your wholeness supercharges your magnetism to attract and create. Here's that create again. When you befriend the painful parts of your personality, you will find they are the ones that hold the secrets that allow you to fully step into your purpose. Wow. I love that you saw uh, spiders. You find them interesting. You might come across a lot of spiders during the week too. And it can be something. There's something that stood out here too is spider used their voice to mention their fears. And if you feel comfortable, you can even tell your daughter, "You know, I noticed something that I get anxious because I fear I'm going to let you down." And if she's like, "Mom, no, you can never let me down." I feel like if you voice it and you get it out from the darkness and you voice it, that removes the fear. So I like that. So I like it, I like it. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation via the Venmo. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Make some space on here. All right. What a wonderful reading. So, and then we have Jojo. Thank you for your additional donation. Get you on the list here for number 2. You're gonna do the bubble. I love it. All right, and let's see. I did get another donation that came in here. Yes, Maria. Maria. Yes. So Maria P. Hello, hello. Let's see. Let me check timestamps here. Okay, so Jojo was before yours there. So we'll get you on the free list here and on the donations as well. Get you here. There we are. All right. I think I'm all caught up. Santa loves us all. Santa. See here. I don't know if you replied. Yeah. You've probably just been busy, busy, busy. So good to have your energy with us, Santa. If you I didn't see a question from you, so if you have a question, make sure to pop it out there. So like that. Sending everyone out there some big love. We'll take it. Take it. Thank you, Deb Deb. Love you. Cheers, everybody. All right. So let me get this set up here. So up next, we've got Lowen of Light, and then Just Alice times 2, Guerrero means war, then Jojo, and then Maria P will be where we're at on donations. Let's see where we're at in time. Yeah, we're only an hour and a half, so we're going to do good to get here. All right, so Lauren, you're up. 126.50 is your timestamp. Hey, yay! Hello, hello. Thank you so much for your donation via the Cash App. I'm so grateful. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're feeling much better today. And we'll shuffle these up and we'll see what we got going on. He always texts right when I'm here. It's because we're he knows we're gathering forces together, right? All right. So we'll take a look here. So you got 3 questions. First question is, how will I know where to move and what kind of environment? All right, let's take a look here. So how will you know where to move? We got these. And then what kind of environment are you moving toward, right? Let's see. I don't want those. I do want this one. Evidently these as well. They just keep coming here. These 2, I feel as well. All right. Let me scooch these over. The reason I chuckled is because the bottom of the deck, you've been getting the 10 of swords a lot, right? Letting go of expectations. And it's like, yeah, there doesn't need to be a supposed to be, a have to be, a should, a need to, must. It's a good reminder to clear away that, um, that I need to know and that things need to be a certain way. Just kind of letting go of control a little bit, which I know you're good at, get into that space of going with the flow and being open. But there's something here about an ending of expectations and maybe even something unexpected. Yeah, that's when he started coming back, right? Here it goes. Yeah, that's what happens. No expect when we start focusing on what we're grateful for, it draws things in. We focus on what's not happening, it pushes things further away. So it's a good reminder for us in every area of our life. The more I focus on what I'm grateful for, what I have, and what I have had, I draw in situations that match more of that. When I focus in on stuff I hate and the fear I won't have, that's what pushes those things further away from us. So I like that. So how will you know where to move? Let's take a look here. You've got the King of Wands and the Ace of Balls, the Ace of Pentacles. So you choose where to go. How will you know? Because you choose to go there. That's funny. They're like, there is no what they mean when you get these here, right? Um, is that um you're there's no right place, there's no wrong place. There is just, you know, you'll know where you choose to go from your heart, not your head. Because the King of Wands is like, you have a throne room full of people that are blah, blah, blah. You should do this and need to do this and supposed to do this, all those expectations, all that mind stuff. And then the King of Wands goes, wait, I'm the king in kingdom. Everyone, shh, please clear the throne room. Leave all your opinions and information in that little box on your way out the door. And then in the silence, everyone's telling me what to do, right? In the silence, you go, all right, heart, I'm getting out of my head and I'm getting into my heart. Where's my heart pulling me? Where's my heart wanting to go? Where's my excitement taking me, right? And that's what creates the new opportunity that opens up, and then it's like you go, "This is what I wanna do. I'm putting a plan together," and then I take action, but it's from the heart, not from the head. These other 2 cards that come up here, you got the Knight of Plants and the Moon card, yeah. It's like the emotion. You got the Cancer Moon energy here, a lot of emotions below the surface, and the Knight of Wands is fast movement, right? And it is somewhere that you feel like you're stepping into your power and you're not diminishing yourself. This Knight of Wands is a quest of the Ace of Wands stepping into your power kind of energy. And I like this. I like this movement of the heart is where you go, not the mind. Oh, he's a Cancer moon. That's funny. Um, but I like this about it's like maybe that's why they did that second part, right? But it's not you diminishing your power like, "Well, I'll move there and then we'll see what happens." It's like, "No, where do I wanna go?" They're reminding me I moved out of state for love once, and, uh, and then they cheated on me right away after I moved there, with them, moved out of state, and within 6 months, I was moving back in to where I was at, right? Yeah, trusting the flow, I love that. But the thing they're bringing that up is because I almost did it again in my that was my 2nd relationship, I did that almost in my 5th and final relationship that I was in. I had traveled out of state, and while they were doing all their stuff and auditioning and, trying to get into this, school of the arts and all this stuff, I was at an apartment of their friends at home by myself going, "This would be my life. I would be here because 'cause they'd be working or being in school or doing shows," and I'm like, "There's something I'm supposed to remember right now," which was like, "Oh, never move somewhere for someone else, only move places for me," and this is what they were bringing back in that message. I'm only gonna move somewhere that's for me, not for anyone else, and I feel like that's what's coming in here is the movement is for you, where you deciding to go that supports you and your heart and your emotions, not for someone else, and you're like, "Yeah, I'm going to I'm going to go and do what I wanna do," because otherwise, you end up living somewhere and being miserable because someone else is ignoring you after you move there, right? And you're like, "What am I doing here? No, I'm gonna go live where I wanna go, and if, the only way I'm gonna move somewhere is if someone marries me." Right? Yeah, and that's kinda like the unexpected, right? That 10 of swords. And that the 10 of swords is, "I'm sick and tired of trying to please everyone else. I'm outta here," you know? So, I like that. Let's see here, so what kind of environment will it be? A lake? No, I'm just kidding. Page of Pentacles and the Knight of Fishes. That is water energy that's coming in there. So, it is, I like the Page of Pentacles because it is an energy of doing something, like, for yourself, doing something for, it's a new opportunity to express your worth, it's looking at your worth differently, and it's like you're putting yourself first instead of always putting other people first, yeah, without guilt, And in here, you have the Knight of Cups, the movement of water. So if you're like, "I'd love to be near water," then you're like, "All right, let's start looking," right? But I feel like that is an environment. It's definitely something that represents something for me that I want, and I don't care what anyone else wants because it's my house. I'm gonna live there. It's my space. So I don't care what anyone else thinks. If they don't like it, they don't need to come over. I don't like the water. Well, good. Water, light, and nature. Yeah, I love that. What else do you got here? Yeah, well, you definitely have. You got the 5 of cups. So again, a lot of water energy and the Empress, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. So again, here's the nature part of it. And you got the water and the nature literally coming out in those 2 cards. So I like that energy. And again, the Empress is nurturing yourself and something that makes you feel happy, not low vibrational emotional energy, something that raises your emotional vibration. You also have the 5 of Pentacles and the World card. I like this because the 5 of Pentacles is that energy of feeling lack, not being enough, not having enough, the fear of rejection in a way. And you got the World card. I'm ending that cycle. And it's the ending of this cycle of feeling like I'm not enough and that what if it doesn't please other people? And, I like that lack energy is going away and there's this positive energy that comes in here. Wow. And I feel like it's near water because you got the King of Cups, the King of Water and Fishies, and the 6 of Fishies too. So there's a lot of fish energy. What 4 out of 8 cards are near water. And then you have the Empress nature energy that's there. So that's the environment. And so I love this. It's exciting, right? Of that, but you get to decide is what it comes down to is there's not somewhere that you are supposed to be, that you get to choose wherever you want because there's no right or wrong choice, just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes for you. But you're like, choose somewhere that is for you is really what comes through. Huge, huge here. All right. And then I'm gonna give you a fortune cookie. So they want one for this one here. Yeah, I feel like we'll do one for this one and then one for 2 and 3 together here. Wildflowers and honeysuckles. See, you're getting excited. I can feel it. You're like, "Ah, this is what I want. If it doesn't have it, I'm platinum." Yeah. Yep, I like it. Face your fear. And what's the fear, right? The fear is if I choose for me that um that I'll end up alone or what's the fear, right? And it's like, hey, if I'm living at a lake house, I want to be alone. Anyway, says in the forest, crow will often warn other animals of oncoming hunters. Crow comes when a fear or uncomfortable situation must be faced and transformed. It is through facing the fear that the animals in the forest are able to escape and survive. Crow isn't just cawing at you to face your fears, he's asking you to do something with the energy that comes from those fears. Right? Crow again, right? Crow is the master alchemist. Alchemy was the practice of transmutation, turning base metals such as lead into a more valuable metal like gold. Many alchemists were interested in the science on a psychological level. We can apply the principle of alchemy to our psychological development. So think about the power your pain holds. What if you could take the energy of all your trauma, fear, worry, and doubts and turn it into your greatest asset? Crow says you can turn the energy of pain into your shining light. The key is the consistent effort to manipulate your emotions to your liking. There you go. All this to your liking energy again, right? Um, For example, let's say you're dealing with a trigger that is bringing up fear. First, accept what you feel and then choose to transmute the energy. If you are fearful of something and avoiding it, face it and deal with it. If you're lost in a trauma bubble, choose to shift your physiology, by movement and exercise. If you're procrastinating to clean, clean. If you're avoiding telling someone your true feelings, tell them. If you feel unhealthy and unattractive, change how you eat and adorn your body with clothes that honor your appearance. If you're overwhelmed with feeling like a victim, create an art project that demonstrates your power. The idea isn't to escape what you're dealing with, but instead face it and then change how you're dealing with it. This is where the shift begins. Crow's medicine to transmute energy is also your birthright. Take action and transmute your energy. Wow. Yeah, the universe has your back. I love that. Yes, yes, yes. Beautiful, beautiful. I love it that you got a crow again. All right, so that's for number 1, but I like that because I get to choose for me instead of putting my life on hold and uprooting myself for everyone else, and I'm gonna make moves for me, and only when someone not just puts a ring on my finger as an engagement, but someone marries me, then we'll talk about where we're gonna live. I like it, you know? No, in the meantime, I'm the love of my life, and it will continue to be that way. Your mama said the same thing? Cheers to mama. Till then, I'm living my life. I'm done being committed to someone who's not committing. I don't need no wishy-wash. All right. So, let us move on to number 2. So, how's he doing in updates? Amen. Hallelujah. All right, so how's he doing? Updates. Seen and unseen. So I think those are the seen. That's the unseen. And then based on current energies, next action towards you here. I do want those two. Okay. All right. What's funny, because didn't you say he's a Cancer moon? So below the surface, we do have the moon, the moon energy flowing below the surface. They're being true to their emotional self. A lot of hidden emotions, a lot of unseen with the moon card. Um, but, we definitely have it. Yeah, the spiral, right? Spiraling out. So let's take a look here. What is seen? How's he doing? Update seen and unseen. So we do have the 8 of feathers, the 8 of swords. So this is they're kind of facing their thoughts about feeling blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small and powerless. So that's a lot of the swirling going on in their brain. Uh, Next to the judgment card, which is trying to see things from a higher perspective, trying to see where they're being drawn. So the scene, of course, is the mental energy. We know that. So they're really thinking about things and trying to face what am I fearing and what's going on. They're going through the little mental gymnastics. Ta-da! Nadia Covenant. So that's the scene that's going on. I feel like they're looping, but they're trying to figure out what they do want. So they're doing a lot of their lost in their head energy. That's there, right? What's unseen? What's below the surface here? We've got the 6 of feathers, the 6 of swords, along with the 2 of fishes, which are the 2 of cups, relationship energy. So below the surface, their mind is it's like they're doing a review and reflecting on their emotional choices that they were having, right? And because the 6 of swords is about leaving behind old ways of thinking, see things differently, make some moves in how I'm doing here. But I feel like a lot what's below the surface, because this is movement of relationship, I feel like they're really the move is huge on their mind. And I don't know if you've communicated with him yet. I almost feel like if you tell him, "You know what? For now, I'm not gonna move there. I'm gonna go move somewhere where I wanna be and where I love, and so take the pressure off. You don't have to worry. You don't need to come help me move. I'm not gonna move there." And we can just see what happens, right? And you can just I feel like that's what's bulbing below the surface, the unseen is the move is really freaking him out. And and if you're just like, "You know what? Don't worry about that. I feel like I've got work to do on me and my life and my businesses and all this, and you've got your own work to do on your own self, all of us. I got my mental and emotional stuff to work on. You have your mental and emotional stuff to work on your lives, you know." Oh, you told him that? Yeah. Yeah, and that's fine. He can freak out. Because you're just like, because you're stepping into your power. And I feel like this what a wonderful gift this has been for you with the situation, right? Because now you're like, I don't need to move there. This doesn't define me. My worth comes in here, and I'm realizing uh, I've created this, like we were talking about, right? I've created this, yeah, put a ring on me on it then. But I'm still not moving there till we get married, and we may not even move there. Part of the deal is we get to decide together where we're gonna live. I don't have to go live where you're living. I wanna live somewhere else. I wanna live by water. You don't live by water. I want a house by water. So you're stepping into this power of, your empress, and you're like, "I get to ask for what I want too. I'm not, I'm Cleopatra that rules over Egypt." And I'm not giving up my country, but we can be next to each other. I'm going to have my life and you can be a part of my life, but you're not going to be my life. And I feel like that's kind of the change that's happening here, and it's a gift in all this, because you're realizing, yeah, I don't need to give up everything. I get to live my life and my dream, and they can be part of it if they can keep up. And if they can't keep up, then I need someone who can, you know, and that's the energy. Because he deserves to be with someone that matches his energy. You deserve to be with someone that matches yours. And and if they're not able to, now's a good time to realize it. So I love this. Okay. And then what's his next actions towards you based on current energy, right? So we've got the 4 of Pentacles. Here's this home energy. Let's see what this is about. We got the King of Fishes, the King of Cups. There's this balance between head and heart, and the 8 of Pentacles. So it feels here, I feel like these 3 cards, you have 2 other cards. These 3 cards feel like I'm I'm doing the work to try to have this balance, and I feel like with that home card, if you go, "I'm not moving there," you know, um, you know, um, "I'm not moving there," they balance out, and then the work is, like you said, he is willing to put in to do some work, but it's not I like that this energy that Spirit's bringing in is, "I'm not moving anywhere for promises." You know, a lot of telling me that's nice, but show me. And if you show me consistently over time, then I'll consider. But right now, I can't move somewhere for instability. And like you said, I'm show me, and in the meantime, I'm gonna be living my life. And you can be interacting with me in my life, but I got to live my life, and I'm not gonna move because of promises. That's why even an engagement ring, that's what I was like, an engagement ring is a promise, but no, I'm not gonna move until the deed is done, right? I'm so proud of you too. Zam. Below the surface of that, yeah, we have the 9 of wands, which is the barrier, it's there's a wall there, um, and I feel like that's the barrier that he has to get beyond is, you know, that they need to do the actions and consistently, and that we're they're showing you that this is who I am now, instead of every couple months freaking out and, abandoning. You're like, "No, I'm gonna go live my life, and then it doesn't matter whatever you're doing, eventually you'll show me that you've changed. Until then, I'm not going there." You know? I like this. And then we have the 4 of feathers. Yeah, the 4 of swords. So we got these little 4 energy. I feel like they're gonna try to with this 4 of swords, their next actions are more trying to get balanced, mentally balanced, is their next actions. And I like that because I feel like that's what you're gonna ask of them, right? You're like, "Number 1, you need to become more balanced to where you're not freaking out like this because, um, that's not a relationship I want if this is the way it's gonna be all the time." I keep thinking it's gonna be different when we're married or it'll be different. No, if it's not different now, it's not gonna be different then, right? So so I like that. Yeah, you're like, "I don't have to put my life on hold waiting. I'm gonna go live my life, and then, as you show me, then we'll make adjustments at that time, if and when, it happens, but until then, I got other things to do with all my energy than worry about all this." Alright, so that's number 2, and then number 3, we'll have, for number 2 and number 3, since both of these have to do with kinda him and that, energy, then, we'll do a fortune cookie for that, those 2 together. So, 3 is what do you see with his conversation with his family? Alright, let me cheers, we gotta take a swig of coffee for this one. Cheers, cheers. Alright, let's see what we got here. So, conversation with family. Okay, those, and then who and results. Okay, I want this one for here, this one for here, and these 2 for these. Okay, I think I got it here. Yeah, she followed her on Instagram, and, I know she's talking to his mama. Oh, right. So, we got the 7 of cups here, so there's a lot of different emotions, a lot of different people with a lot of different emotions, right? Everyone, all these different emotions, right? So that's good to know is that most people, um, are thinking about themselves and little about anyone else, right? That's the norm with humans until we reach higher enlightenment and, um, you know, most humans were concerned about what is going on between you. How's that impacting me? Not about, what's happening. Unless I want to point over there so you're not looking at me, then I might, look over there. So we got all that in there. Um, so what are these? What's the conversation with family? What's the energy around him here, right? So 9 of plants. I wonder the 9 of wands here. There's that barrier energy, right? Like this forest field. I don't feel like there's like, of course, they haven't shared everything. I feel like they just have shared a little bit, right? Because then they're off into their little world, and I don't wanna talk about it. Psh, we're done. I broke up. What? What happened? What? I don't wanna talk about it. Psh. So here's that hermit Here, everybody, throw a little bomb of news and then I'm out of here. I'm in my little cave, right? Yeah, right. They're like, oh, we got the eight of fishes, the queen of feathers. Yeah, here's the eight of cups is, you know, I'm leaving the relationship, but I'm fine. Balance between head and heart. You know, I feel like they kind of presented it non-dramatically, and and that's also part of this facade, right? That they're just kind of doing that. Oh, and that makes sense. He said he holds it close to his chest, and that what's below the surface of all this too. Yeah, and we got the 4 of wands, energy here, which is marriage, the marriage card that's below the surface. So people are going, so are you guys not heading towards marriage? And what's going on? What's happening? What? A lot of so that makes sense with the 7 of cups on the bottom too. It's a lot of emotional confusion. So I just feel like they weren't very clear, and and then they I don't want to talk about it. And so everyone's kind of going, what's happening, right? Yeah, well, there you go. If you're gonna marry so here's that marriage card. Well, now what's happening? So let's take a look here. When you asked who and results, I got 3 sets of cards. So there's 1 card, and 2 cards. So we'll see who the first card is. We got the judgment card. So the judgment card, I feel like this one doesn't feel like mom or dad or um but I feel like this is the person that they're most concerned about that would judge them for their actions. So this person really stands out. The one that they're really in their family that they're worried about pleasing or not. But I don't feel like it's mom. I feel like this is someone it feels like a masculine energy because it feels like they're trying to live up to someone or be like someone, kind of energy. Um, and the result of that one, yeah, the Knight of Swords. Yeah, brothers, right? And I feel like with this Knight of Swords, they're like, we've got questions, and like, I'm not ready for questions yet. So I feel like the brother, is it a brother, specific brother? Because it feels like there's one that they're like really, it's the judge. It's the one that kind of leads the pack, right? Even though he's the oldest, you said, I feel like it's the one that is like the patriarch in a way. Because I don't, is dad in the picture? I don't know if this is because we have a couple, I don't know if that's mom and dad, but we'll see when we get there. But I feel like there's a patriarch in here, and he's like, "I got questions when you're ready, because he knows, all the brothers know, it's not yet, you know, there, but they have questions. This one that feels like the judge, that they worry the one that will judge them the harshest with their actions that's there, right? Yeah. But I don't feel like yeah, I don't feel like I feel like he gets unconditional love from mom, so he's not afraid of judgment from her, um, as much from this male energy. But that but I feel like that one is they're like because it's so vague, I don't feel like they said a whole lot, and I feel like they're like, "We've heard of this all before." How many times has he done this? And I feel like this isn't the first time he's done it with things in his life and relationships in his life as well. But, but I feel like, they realize it's been different with you because usually they, like, end it and then they don't go back, but they keep coming back to you, and the others, I don't feel like they went back as often or even went back, and some of them, they were just like, "It's done." They're like, "Oh, really? Okay," Yeah. So, I feel like they're just kind of whoever this one is, they're just kinda waiting for more information to see if it really sticks because 'cause they're just like, it's kind of their it's not that they're fickle, just they're unstable, and they know they've lived with the instability of them all their life, So they're like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, we yeah, 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 okay." I almost kind of feel like that. Well, let's see how it unfolds um, if it continues, I'll ask questions, but right now, it just feels like, "Okay, well, here we are again," kind of energy. So let's see what the second person is here. The justice. Well, you got judgment and you got justice. So there's a lot of this is judge number 2, the one that will bring justice. But this feels like a feminine energy. It doesn't feel like mom though. Um, but this one with the justice card, it does feel like um, this is uh, someone that looks at both sides of things that comes in here, right? And yeah, we got the page of fishes, the page of cups, and the 3 of swords. I feel like, this one, they feel heartbroken. They're just like, "No," because 'cause they're looking at it from both points, and they're like, "Oh, no," because 'cause they're feeling bad for you, um, and and they wanted so much more, they wanted the happiness, and they've seen how he's been happier than he ever has been with someone, and they're like, "No, no, 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 no." But again, I feel like whoever this is that they will, um, you know yeah, 'cause she can see how much I love him, and she could see how happier he is and how different he is, and so, "No, no, 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 no." Okay. Well, we'll see if this really if he sticks to this, then I'm gonna need to balance him out, right, with that justice card. Alright. And then the third one here, we got the 7 of feathers and the knight of plants. So, wow, this is interesting here because I'm not getting mama energy here, um, coming in, but this is because this feels like someone very fiery person with the knight of wands. And, also the 7 of, swords is someone that has a lot of rules and a lot of expectations and thoughts and beliefs, and that doesn't feel like, mom energy, the energy that we get from mom. This just feels like someone that's very much blunt and to the point. 'Cause I feel like their communication gets them a lot in trouble, and that makes sense with this Knight of Wands, that it's someone that reacts and, does that, quite a bit too. What was the reaction here? 9 of Pentacles with the 4 of Pentacles. I like this. 'Cause this is the hermit energy of the Pentacle suit with the home card. I feel like they're saying, "You're grounded. You just need to stay by yourself, and you need to think through this, and you need to get your head on straight." I feel like this one I feel like is "Oh," if something needs to be said, that's the one that says it, this other one here. But they don't say it in a nice way. They say it in a blunt way of, "You need to stop this shit," whatever. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You know, "What the hell are you doing? You're grounded. You just need to go you need to take some time away and think about what you're doing?" So so I like this energy, and so there are, but I feel like, you know, there's a lot of this energy of we've been through all this before a lot with, first it was school and then it was what you were going to do. And then it was with this relationship and it was with these friends and it was with this, it was with us too. And, how you'll, you know, put up a wall with us, and so they're used to it, and I don't feel like that a lot of them are freaking out, just kind of the some of the strong ones are, the fiery one and the emotional one are, "Oh, no, no," but the rest of them, I just feel like the rest of the family, even mom is kinda like, "We'll see." I think mom's like, "Mhm, sure." No. I feel like mom knows, like, she's like, "No, I'm not gonna let this happen." So she's not worried. Mama knows. That's funny. She's just like, "Everyone just give him space. I'll hit him with the frying pan if I need to, knock him unconscious, but this is gonna be fine." Mama smoothing things over. Alright, let's see what your fortune cookie brings into here. Oh, yeah. So I love this for you. You got claim your power, tiger. So I like this. Let's see what this is here. So for this situation with him specifically, you've got the tiger. So anyone face to face with the tiger instantly shifts into a state of respect for her prolific power. Wow. Tiger summons you to connect with your greatest power, to overcome yourself, to overcome your doubts, fears, insecurities, and illusions of the ego, and to use boundaries. Boom, boom, boom. While many of the animals in the apothecary deck ask you to be accepting of your emotions, when this card comes up, it means enough is enough. Tiger does not appear now with the feminine energy of allowing. This is the masculine energy of taking action and creating what you want. Shut up. It is time to care more about the end goal than the heavy emotions that you're currently feeling. The action called for here is snap out of the illusion and get your thoughts in gear. When you change your thoughts of the world around you changes. Get in control of your thoughts and transform the story you tell yourself. You are not your feelings, so stop mistaking them for your identity. Shift perspective, conquer your emotions, and carve the life you desire. You can no longer submit to the identities and definitions that you once projected on yourself and others. It's time to move forward and initiate your power. Exactly right. When you stand in your greatness like a tiger, you have nothing to prove, for you just are. True power is not dictated or enforced. It's an energy that magnetizes others to want to help you in your cause. Once someone has to prove and display their strength, they've already lost it. The Empress Tiger, here you go. Tiger's medicine says stop playing the victim of circumstance. Your power is even greater than Tiger's, yet you wallow in smallness and self pity. How strange is it that one with so much power is so blinded by it? You feel imprisoned by your circumstances, yet the only prison is the story you painted over your circumstances. Tiger's medicine is to wake up, get real, change your story, change your life, claim your power. Boom. This is what you've been doing. This is what this has been for. This has been a wake up call. And you're like, yes, hear me roar, right? I'm too powerful to wallow. I got shit to do. I love this for you, Lauren. Let's go. So that is what they have for you, my dear. This is awesome. I love this for you. Thank you again for your donations. You're always so generous. I appreciate you so much. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I love your energy. And go get him, Tiger. All right. So many blessings to you and have a great night. Cheers, cheers to you. Cheers, cheers. I love you too. All right. So I don't think anyone else came in. Let me just make sure here. Oh, Jojo, I wanted to grab your second question here. It's, oh, okay. I like that. Okay. So I don't have anyone else here. So, we have just Alice up next for 2, and then Guerra Means War, and then JoJo, and then Maria P is where we're at on donations. We're at 2 hours and 10 minutes, so I'll get through a few of these. I might, at 2.5 hours, I'm gonna kinda step into free readings for 30 minutes, so that I don't think I wanna get through all of these in 20 minutes because I want to make sure I do due diligence in your readings and not just give you quick, quick, quick and zip on by them. I want to take time, so it'll be worth the wait. Yay! Oh, salute, salute. Thank you, Graf. All right, so Alice, you're up 21003 for number one. So, Alice, here is your first timestamp. So, thank you. Let me see here. You're up here, right? I think are these. Yeah, these are stickers here. So, thank you for your stickers. What is this? A pile of poop. You're so funny. All right. So, Kyle's thoughts, feelings about you recently and after your fight. All right. So, thoughts and feelings about you recently. So, thoughts. Like this. These are thoughts before the fight, right? Feelings before the fight. And then these are the thoughts after the fight and the feelings after the fight. Just one? Yeah. All right. Let's see what we got here. Well, it makes sense that the underlying energy is the Five of Wands, which is Five of Plants, Five of Wands, which is conflict, fighting, or drama. So we're like, oh, yeah, there was this energy here, definitely a fight. Confirmation. It wasn't just in your mind, it was real. So, what were their thoughts before the fight? They had the 10 of Pentacles. So, we've got this. This is relationship abundance energy. We have the Devil card, a lot of questioning around relationship energy, and the 10 of Fishes, the other relationship energy. So, we've got bookends on either side of this Devil card, relationship energy, but in the middle of it, the Devil card, which is where we're doing the thoughts first, them thinking a lot about long-held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets around relationship, what they want, what they don't want, and and feeling like these expectations that they've got, a whole library full of, right? That they're being questioned through conflicts. So conflicts they've had with a bunch of people in their past, conflict with you around it, and conflict around with other people too, that they're not meeting up, right? They're not, you know, why is no one living up to all these expectations? I found no one that can do 100%. And it's like, well, you can't do 100% either, right? Them. So so I feel like before the fight, they were already, in this, why am I conflicted? Why are these expectations and why are these things unfolding? And they're analyzing, you know, what where you're not meeting up to the expectations that they're wanting and how they feel like they're probably not living up to your expectations and a lot in their head around relationship energy, right? After the fight, where's their thinking? Yeah, we got the 10, another 10, 10 of um, swords, 10 of feathers here, which that is, I'm tired of living up to expectations and, um, you know, but it feels one-sided. I'm tired of other people having expectations on me that I feel like I can't live up to that, right? Um, so, um, we've got that, that energy of that. Let's see what these other 2 cards are here. You got the 8 of Plants, the 8 of Wands. It's action energy. What's this other one here? And the 5 of Swords, which is argument energy. So, it really their thinking is it's kinda like there's this "I'm done" energy after the fight because this 8 of Wands, I feel like they got really fired and heated around this. That's a lot of energy flowing, and the 5 of Swords is the conflict, but the 10 of Swords, I just feel like their thoughts are, "Our expectations don't match up," and so I feel like their thinking is, with all this 10 energy, 3 tens does represent, like, endings energy, right? So I feel like that's kind of where it just pushes them more towards that, destination, and that's in their mind, right? They're analyzing energy. Emotions, their feelings before the fight. We had the 6 of plants, the 6 of wands, so that's not emotion energy, that's passion, still, they were focusing on the attraction energy, the passion energy, physical and energetic attraction, not emotional attraction, right? We got the king of fishes, king of cups, the balance between head and heart, and the queen of plants, the queen of wands. Again, looking at you as someone that the passionate side here, that comes in, they kinda just felt like there was this balance between their head and their heart, and their heart was more, and we've talked about this before, right? Their heart hasn't been allowed and hasn't been given access to share emotion because they don't have a whole lot of self-love for themselves at this time in their life, and since they were younger, and so they don't know how to give emotion, they only know how to give passion and motion, but not emotion. So I feel like that's why they feel balanced because they're like, "Well, in my mind, I'm doing all this, but, I like this draw of passion and that kind of energy," and that was before the fight. Emotionally after the fight, yeah, we got the 4 of wands here, which this is there's this energy of, again, here's all that just passion energy, but you can call it a balanced kind of where, you have the higher, passion and energy after the fight. It's like the attraction kinda went to, it's almost like it's a heartbeat that went beep. It's like it's kind of flatlined is the word, yeah. Um, and that's where they're like, because they were excited about that, that's a big piece of where they realize relationships is from a place of passion and attraction, and as we get into fights, of course, they become unattractive to you too, right? The more we fight with someone, the less attractive they become. But I feel like that's something to realize about their relationships is that's why they fizzle out a lot, especially with all those expectations, because in the beginning, they like the newness and the attraction energy. But as those expectations happen and as they feel like they're not living up to other people's expectations, and they're not, right? They're not doing the things that you want them to do, that passion, that excitement, that newness wears off, and then that's when things just start falling apart in their relationships because they're not based on, reasonable expectations of each other and emotion. It's based on that attraction energy. Let's see what else here we have with this fortune cookie. And then we'll go on to your second one here. But for this one, we've got, yeah, self, self worth, self love, self value, self respect. It's all about self, right? It's all a reflection here back to us. It reminds me of that movie, Babe. I want my mom. That old commercial. Anyway, so this is Pig. Pig has big medicine to share with you. This medicine is so grand that it is the key to living a fulfilling life and aids in accomplishing your potential. Pig's message is simple and direct. Know your worth. Not only does Pig know his worth, but cultures across the world have proclaimed his value for thousands of years as both a creature to be revered and a source of nourishment. Bacon. Think of piggy bank with money inside of it. The more money inside, the more value it carries. The piggy bank reflects the idea that our true worth comes from within. When we only use others' validation to inform us of our value, it always leads to suffering, don't it? Pig's medicine teaches us about inner talk. Do you walk around doing your daily tasks with a voice in your head that belittles you, tells you that you're not good enough, and makes you feel unworthy? Now is the time to proactively train and direct the voice in your head to share messages that are uplifting, loving, and kind about yourself. This will take a lot of work and will most likely feel like you're lying to yourself if you have a habit of negative self talk. The key to making it honest and impactful is not to lie to yourself and say, I am gorgeous when everything in you feels ugly. Instead, you say to the part that feels ugly, I love you. I feel this pain with you. And one day I will get us to the point where we feel our beauty. But now, for now, I am here for you. Pig's medicine asks you to accept that you will always struggle with some form of insecurity because you're human. True self worth isn't raging confidence, it is allowing yourself to be insecure and being there for yourself while you feel the pain of not feeling good enough. This act is the power that creates self worth. Wow, it's a powerful message. Boom. All right. So that's what they have for the first one there, Alice. And then let me grab a quick sip here. Hey, Teresa. Good to see you. Hello, hello. You can timestamp you if you want to. I do post a pinned comment at the end of every session with timestamps. So you will have a timestamp once I get to free readings and do all that at the end. So um, if you're watching right now, there you go. If not, you'll hear it later. I'll make a note. All right. So, and good to see you. All right. So, Alice, thank you for your second donation. You're at 221.25 here. All right. So here is that one there. And you want to know, who are the other girls he's involved with? Does he have stronger feelings for any of them more than me? And were there any girls' text you didn't see and he deleted? If so, what was in there? Oh, did you check out his phone? Did you hack his phone? I'm scared of you. All right. Let's take a look. We'll ask that first. Were there any girls' texts that you didn't see and he deleted? Let's take a look here. Got the page of feathers, the page of swords, and the king of feathers, the king of swords. Swords is communication energy. There was, with this page of swords, there's a ton of writing and communication energy with both of these. Um, so I feel like there was a lot more that was there. The king storyteller, the king communicator. I feel like when we're asking about, there's just so much of it though, and we're trying to find out, what was in there. A lot of, I mean, there's just a wide variety of chatting, getting to know people. There was some, it depends on, how we talked about that there's people in the dugout and then there's people that are in the batter's box and then there's someone up to bat, right? And I feel like, you know, they've got, as you make it to the batter's box, the texts become juicier, right? More promiscuous, more wands, passion energy, right? That physical and energetic attraction, it starts to go there. Do you remember how it escalated with you? Well, there he's getting to an escalation with, I feel like, getting ready to escalate more deeply with someone. But I feel like it's been more chatting and getting to know, like you guys did in the beginning. He kind of just has this standard that he questions and talk about life and interests and what do we have in common, and just the foundation, the kind of the interviewing process where he talks about stuff to try to get to know, would you meet my expectations? And so there's some that they didn't, and so he stopped communicating with them. And they'll communicate here and there, but he stops paying attention and he stops responding quickly as he's losing interest. And so you would see a bunch of just startups and stops, and the ones that go further are the ones that are meeting, expectations that he's going, okay, you're in the dugout. All right, you're in the batter up. And eventually, they'll move people into different positions based on their communication. So hopefully that makes sense with all that. What are the other girls he's involved with? Does he, like, have stronger feelings for any of 'em? Again, there's a wide variety. I'm gonna focus in on who's in the dugout and who's in the batter's box, because 'cause you're still up for bat, you're at the plate, although you might have just struck out with the fighting, right? But let's take a look here, and I don't mean to laugh. It's not a laugh of laughing at you, or it's just my nervous way of just the silliness of human relationships, right? It's just sometimes it's just like, we're either gonna laugh or we're gonna cry, right? Let's see what's going on here. This will be the batters no, the dugout, and this will be the batter's box person, just to kinda see what kind of energies are there, right? So, yeah, underlying energy again, we have the 5 of swords, which is the argument and conflict energy. So I do feel like that, with that, the fight and the more conflict, then it's like strike 1, strike 2, all right, I think this is on its way out. It's like there's about to be someone else moved into from the batter's box to the plate, someone from the dugout to the batter's box, and then he's already been talking to some others to weed them out to see if they're gonna make the team or not, right? To see if they're gonna get on, into the process. The person in the dugout, we have the ace of plants, say the ace of wands. So this one is more of a here's that newness of new excitement, someone new that I'm excited about kind of energy. So someone brand new, that they are, again, that's when we talk about all that plants and wands energy, that passion energy, that's what's kicking in there. Um, how do they compare about, with you and all that you're talking about? Yep, there's that person, they've got a lot of emotion. Um, I feel like you know, that's their thing, right? They like someone who is able to give a lot of emotion, but he has a lot of passion movement towards them, which is the way it works, like we were talking about. In the beginning, it's all about, wow, someone new, there's all this excitement, but that fizzes out through time, right? That's because that's the attraction, but a relationship is not a feeling, it's a commitment to each other, you know, and they don't have that. They rely on that passion energy, which we all know repetition of talking with someone and getting to know someone, that original curiosity about who someone is just kind of it's like a slow leak of a tire. It goes flat after a while. That's why usually as the attraction goes down, the emotion replaces it, but they have a trouble with emotion. That's why a lot of their relationships all fizzle out and fizzle out and fizzle out, right? So it's exciting for now, but that's just part of the process, right? The person in the batter's box, this person, the 4 of wands energy here. This is someone that, and I feel like that they consider like marriage material, because that's only who gets into the batter's box, right? Someone who is, hmm, that they pass a lot of more expectations than other people do, and they're still in review period though, right? Still being interviewed, as it goes. And there's again plants energy, wands energy. It's all about the attraction. There is that joyful attraction energy towards them. How do they compare with you? Um, yeah, we got the 6 of Pentacles and the King of Pentacles. They've got a lot of abundance. Sugar mama, I don't know if that's what's here, but it's this equal giving and receiving energy, but it's not equal giving and receiving energy. They're telling me with the 6 of Pentacles, this is the codependent, and they're a big giver, and you'll notice that in their uh, dynamics is that they're the taker in a codependent relationships. You're an overgiver too, right? You give a lot, and that's what they draw in. They end up um, having these individuals who can give so much and then they take from them. not because they're conniving person. It doesn't feel like it's not like a thing that they do. It's just it's what they know. I get drawn to people, he does, with a large amount of abundance of emotion or able to give a lot physically or passionately. And then um, I receive from them, but then I end up not giving them anything back because they're overgivers, right? And he has this kind of pattern of codependency that he falls into. And so it's not that they're any different, they all fall short of that ideal. And that's the biggest thing is it's not any of you that are the reason why things don't work out with them. It's what's going on inside of them. So, kind of going back to your last card with the self-worth, it's all about returning to you, comparing yourself to these other people. There's nothing different except for time and that the passion wears off and that no one is living up to these high expectations of this vision that they have. That's why they keep repeating the same cycles. And until they do their inner work and change that and find their self-love, the way that they look at everyone, all of you are mirrors, all reflecting back to him the pictures of him. And so when you're like, how do I compare? Well, you're just as a beautiful mirror as all the rest, reflecting back to him who he sees in himself. We don't see the world clearly. We don't see people clearly, right? We only see ourselves. And if I don't change, if the person looking in the mirror doesn't change, the reflection doesn't change either. That's why I keep seeing the same people over and over again. Why can't I find anybody that will meet these expectations? Well, one, you have unreasonable expectations, but two, because you're only seeing yourself in the mirror, baby, right? So hopefully that helps. Your fortune cookie for this one is Nourish the Shadow. See what this one's about here. Master number 33. This is the Jaguar. So, Jaguar represents the shadow, the subconscious aspects of ourselves we push away. Carl Jung says these aspects usually stem from situations we encountered as children that lead us to feel shame, unworthiness, and abandonment. We then live out these programmed beliefs as adults. That's what he's doing. That's what you're doing. That's what we're all doing. Jaguar comes to speak to us about nourishing our shadow. In this image, we see her drinking from the well of wholeness. The well in this image, inspired by Jungian analyst Marion Woodman, is our place of nourishment and absolute wholeness. Water is where all life comes from. Without it, we have no vitality. Many of us ignore and starve our shadow aspects because they cause us so much pain. We push them away and deeply criticize them. We chain our jaguar shadow and confine her to the furthest part of the backyard of our minds. She howls and cries for nourishment, yet we still ignore her. In her banishment, because of the lack of love, her power grows as the master of self sabotage. Ironically, if you would begin a relationship with her, you'd find that she is your greatest asset and leads to fulfilling your life's purpose. Funny that we instinctively banish her. Jaguar's medicine asks you to create a self talk relationship with yourself and to ride the wave of hurt within. Every time a painful feeling arises, you now must tell yourself, I'm right here to feel this with you. That's like what your other card said, too. Isn't that crazy? I'm right here to feel this with you. I accept this uncomfortable feeling and I'll ride it out with you. I am here to feel this with you. And if you do this, the emotion will always detox out and dissipate, leading to a much quicker healing. But you must be strong and endure the pain. Commit to riding the waves of emotion together within yourself. This is the nourishment your jaguar shadow requests. If you witness her, she will start showing you a new and indestructible power within. Your shadow is where your diamond lives. Wow. I love this for you. Both of these cards, so perfect for the situation. So hang in there, my dear. I know these are not the fun times that we want in our life, but they are freeing. And I love what they will do for you in setting you free from repeating the cycle with this type of person. So hang in there. Thank you again for your donations. I greatly appreciate you. All right, so we are at a little over 2.5 hours. So, who I have left for donations, which I will return back to currently, we've got Guerrera Means War. You'll be up first when I return, and JoJo for number 2, and then Maria P up there as well. So, um, that is what we will do here. Um, and then I'm gonna do 30 minutes of free readings here. I am gonna run to the little boys' room because all this coffee and everything has gone through me. So I'm gonna go do that real quick. I'll be right back, and then we'll jump into free readings for 30 minutes, finish up donations, and then go back and finish out the free readings. So hang in there. I'll be right back. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah. Which reminds me, we still need to go spend my gift card on my mom's that place. It's the place that has the shop in front of it, country place. Yeah. It's not that gift card. We'll have to find that. I gotta go. I already went to pee. All right. Thank you guys so much. Take your time. Oh, thank you. I also had to run and get a package real quick that was delivered because I got an email. I didn't want to leave it out there. So I had to go there real quick. And I ran up the stairs. So, but I'm not as winded as I normally would be. So I'm so happy that I'm not as in bad shape as I used to be. So I am back. All right. So let's see here. And then Allah, hello, hello. Good to see you. Grab your free reading. We'll get you on the list here too. All right. So let me see here. Get these all prepped real quick, and we'll dive into 30 minutes of free readings. And then we'll do that. Hey, Shirley, good to see you. Hello, hello. Absolutely. If you want to throw your question out there, we'll get you on the list here. Yeah, as I was running by my host to grab a package off the front porch, she was like, "Hey, I got quiches for Easter." Like, "Oh, good, yum yums. We're gonna have some quiche for Easter." I joke with her because that song "Kiss Me." I told her, "Quiche me," and I start singing it. It's a little joke. All right. So let me take off these rings. I only can wear jewelry for so long. Feels too restrictive. Yeah, absolutely. Shirley, we'll add you on here. Will you have a good weekend? We'll take a look here. All right. So we will start here. I'm going to do 30 minutes. Let's see, I've got several. Let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I got like 14 readings. I'm not going to probably finish all of those in 30 minutes. Um, Sage and onion to Tony Braxton. That's funny. um, so I'll get to about half of those, maybe depends on how deep the readings go. But and then I'll go and finish up the donations, and then I'll go back and finish out all the free readings. So we'll get to them sometime tonight. And then, so if you need to go live life, I get it. I'll do a pinned comment at the end of the session listing all the names with timestamps. If you ever post your question and come back later, you can always find your reading that way too. All right. So let's dive in. The time starts now at 2:42:30 with MM. You are up first. So here is your time stamp. Boom, boom. And you want to know, when will you get a new job? All right, let's do a when card here. I got a when deck. So let's take a look here. These list time frames on them. It's a learning tarot. I like it for that purpose here. So based on current energies, you do have the 7 of Cups, which is in November 13th to November 22nd. The 7 of Cups, because this is a maybe card, but this is about uh, emotional choices, and that there's a lot of different choices out there. Now, I feel like this timing that they have so far out, which really, I can't believe it's April already, but, because that's about 7 months from now, that it could be sooner based on energy. And because it's a choice energy that comes in with this card, if we're focusing in on, and we probably talked about this before, right? Where if we focus in on that, I need a job and I want a job and I fear I won't find a job, my energy pushes against that. And if I focus on gratitude for what jobs I've loved, and focus in on what I'm grateful for in my life now, then that draws things in. In fact, I had a new podcast come out yesterday. Today's Friday, right? Yesterday, called Abundance, Where It Be. I'll post it here in case you're watching right now. I'll post it, or if anyone else is interested, here's that one. I will put it under your timestamp in the pinned comment. Um, So if you want to just be able to access it easily, it'll be there too. But it talks about the two things that keep things from coming in is our energy and then also our rate of exchange that's done in our subconscious. And we talk deeply about those things in that. So I really would look into that because with this energy of the 7 of cups and that it's so far in the future, that's how they tell me energetic changes can bring it sooner, but when we have a great need energy and a great want energy and any fear energy, we actually push it back and we can bring it in sooner with that change. And then you invite these jobs in. And I feel like with the 7 of cups, you have a lot of opportunities for jobs that are out there. They're just being held back because of this rate of exchange energy that's there. So I like that. All right. So that is what they have for you, MM. So many blessings to you. Your cat chew. Bless you. All right. And then Blueberry, you are up to 4540. And if you missed it earlier, have blueberry coffee and blueberry iced tea. What? I know. Oh, so here's your timestamp, Blueberry. Forgot to hit enter. So you want to ask about your future spouse, like when will I meet them and how our relationship is going to be like? All right. So based on current energies, we'll pull a when card here. And then we'll pull one card here for based on current energies, how would your relationship be like here? Actually, they're going to give you two. So the when, you have August 23rd to September 1st. You have the Eight of Pentacles energy. So the timing based right now is set for that period of time, which is what, a week, a week's worth, October 23rd to September 1st. That's the timing of where we at. And it can be a big range, and that can always be changing based on our energy, like we are just talking about. That's when we talk about whens. Every moment we're making decisions that changes the timing and of things, you know. So that's based on right now. That doesn't mean it would always be that. It can go further and come closer based on our energy and our choices too, of course. How is your relationship going to be like? You've got the Judgment card and the Page of Plants. So the Page of Plants is the Page of Wands. There's a lot of passion, a lot of attraction energy there. So it's a very energetic kind of action, go, 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 exciting type of energy. And the Judgment card is a card of, it's like our higher self pulling us in a different direction than we think around it. And I feel like it's going to be different than your mind has it that it's supposed to be. It's going to be something better, less restrictive and freer than what we've grown up with, right? Because we get a lot of supposed tos and shoulds and need tos and have tos and musts that come in that, suck the life out of relationships. And so I like this Judgment card because it's kind of like a resurrection in a way. It's our angel, our higher self calling us to see the relationship differently than we would have in the past. So it does feel like there's a lot of free flowing energy, a lot of not feeling restrictive, but a lot of flow of life together. So I feel like that's what kind of is different is that you guys end up just focusing on what you're enjoying in your relationship and not so much in the, what's not happening, what's not going on, that restrictive energy. This feels like excitement, action, doing this, and a very active type of relationship. So I feel like that's what they want you to know. A little tidbit for now. So that's what they have for you, Blueberry. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Ascending Universal Butterfly 24905. So, Butterfly, here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And you want a general reading? Absolutely. Let me take a quick sip here. Getting thirsty. All right. So, what does Spirit want you to know right now? This one and this one. So, you've got the Two of Plants and the Star card. Wow. So, the Two of Plants, the Two of Wands. It's the power of energetic choice, and you got the star card, which is this Aquarius energy of, like, wishing upon a star, a dream come true energy, and one part of this with the star card is I feel like you're getting like, things are balancing out, whatever this dream come true that we had, kind of energy, that there is this I would say it's like the clarity that's coming in is you're realizing what is of your dream that is yours and what is it that was from other people, right? Because sometimes we're living someone else's dream. Sometimes we're living a dream that's some us and some of what everyone else is wanting for us. And this clarity that's coming in here. I feel like you're getting that clarity around, what it is that I really want. And that's clarity of mind with this air energy. It's Aquarius star card energy. And the Two of Wands is with this clarity, you're starting to change your plans and make plans toward what the dream is. And I don't even feel like it's changing plans so much in that you had this dream and you really, because I feel like a lot of it wasn't yours, it wasn't what you were wanting. You didn't have a whole lot of energy of wanting to plan and do things. You're like more of I planned to plan to do that, but because it's not something you really wanted, you kind of just were procrastinating and putting it off. But as you're getting this clarity around what it is you really want, then you're getting excited. Then you're putting a plan together, and then you'll put action behind it, and you can step forward in it. So I like that. So I feel like that's what they want you to know right now. That's evolving and coming into play, and it's a good time for that reflection of going, what is of this my dreams? What is it of mine, and what is it that is from others? And it's about getting really in tune with that. So I like that for you. That's what they got. So many blessings to you. Right. Priscilla, you're up to 5154. All right. Here is your timestamp. So a love reading. If this stagnation from F will end this week. All right. So let's take a look here. Will the stagnation from F end this week? And what else do they want you to know around this here? All right. So is it going to end? Well, and maybe so. You got the lovers card here. And what else do they want you to know here? Well, yeah, the stagnation ends, but it's not as you expect here. And when I first saw that lovers card, I'm like, I feel like the stagnation ends, but I feel like it's more of a that this doesn't, you know, because the stagnation can end in two ways, right? It can go closer or it can go away. And I feel like this more goes away. But and that's where there's that disappointment, the feeling of heartbreak that can be, that fear of, "Oh, I'm not gonna find love again." But that's why I feel like this Lovers card, when I saw it, I'm like, "This doesn't feel like they're coming together with you. Feels like they're getting out of the way so that you can have a relationship that is more, like 2 Siamese cats, you know, 2 energies, someone that's alike, someone that matches your energy instead of feeling like you guys aren't on the same wavelength, right? That things are always off. And so I feel like that it's a good energy. I mean, you get to learn about what you want and what you don't want through the situation, but you don't wanna be with someone that you would have to adjust your energy to be like them, and you wouldn't want someone to have to change. Well, I mean, we'd all want people to change to be like what we want them to be, but that's not fair, and they can't change who they are, energetically to be something different, and you're just like, it's just we're on different wavelengths, so, you know, it is time for them to kinda to make space for someone that is active and is more an energetic match for you, right? So I feel like it does end, but not, like I said, in the way that we were hoping it would be. but it will be in the way that's best for you and for them, because you guys will end up being able to go and be with people that whoosh, instead of right. So hopefully that helps Priscilla. Hang in there. It's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it. All right. So hang in there. Many blessings. All right. So free soul humming, you're up 255 even is yours here. Here's your timestamp. And a general for what's coming here. Let's see. What do we have? What does Spirit want you to know here? All right. This one and this one. So what is coming? You've got the Eight of Fishes and the King of Pentacles. Yeah. So right now you're like in this Eight of Cups is kind of like a purging in a way. They're not throwing up. I know, right? Are they throwing up in their in their dish? No. The Eight of Cups is like walking away from emotions that don't serve us anymore, relationships that don't serve us anymore, whether it's friends, family, whatever. But it's preparation, because when we get a card like this, it's like you're doing this inventory of where's all your emotional energy going, because your heart won't allow love to come in if it doesn't feel you have enough in your emotional bank to be able to invest in a new relationship. It'll deny the request. It keeps it at bay. So the two sources of where our emotional energy is going out is in relationships with people. And if we're the one that's giving 70, 80, 90% to other people, and they're only consistently giving 10, 20, 30%, we're over giving, and that's where our emotional energy is leaking in a way. And there might be some relationships that you're like, it's done. I'm getting that all back. There might be others like, well, I'm giving 90, but I'm going to back off to give 50. And if they make up that other 40% difference, then the relationship can continue to go. But you get that 40% back. And if they don't, the relationship will drift away. And then you get all that 50% back. But you're realizing what are those relationships that are, you know, the investment, right? Some relationships, like we give 70 and they give 30, and then the next week they're given 70, we only can give 30. That's a healthy relationship. We're adjusting. It's not always 50-50. But if it's always you're over giving and you're the life support system of a relationship, then it's time to question whether to pull the plug and let that relationship go, or see if it'll breathe on its own, right? It sounds morbid when I say that, but that's the relationship. If we're the one over giving and keeping it alive, we're cheating ourselves out of opportunities that can have more equal type of relationships. And so it's about taking those energies back. And then the other piece of the Eight of Cups is those emotions that you've suppressed and pushed down, like when you were 7 years old and younger, those sad emotions and angry emotions that you weren't allowed to express, because stop your crying or I'll give you something to cry about. Or if you don't stop your tantrum and anger, I'm going to give you a whooping. So we learn to push those down. It takes energy to keep those below. And there's charged emotional energy that's keeping those alive under the surface. So as we transmute and allow our emotional inner child to feel those emotions, don't have to act on them, but feel those emotions, then the charge goes away. We get all that energy back. We don't have to keep them suppressed. We get that energy back. You build up this bank of emotions, then you have the King of Pentacles, which is an abundance, but it's also, there's someone that comes in that's an earth energy. Um, so what, Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn, kind of energy. It's someone very solid, someone very grounded, someone aware of their worth, and that abundance shows in the outside world. Someone very grounded, very stable, that comes into your life. But they don't come in until after you do that kind of emotional inventory. So that's what's coming for you. So that's what they have for you right now. Hopefully that helps. So many blessings to you. So how are we doing on time? 2:42 would be 3:12, right? So we're 2:59. Yeah, we're still got about 10 more minutes or so. So guide, you are up 2:59:16 is your timestamp. There you go. And you'd like a general message from Spirit. All right, guide, let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? All right, that one. What else? And this one. Okay. So you've got the Death card and the Nine of Wands. I like this because the Nine of Wands is an energy that would have felt like something was holding you back, like a forest field that you were hitting your head up against. The original tarot shows like someone literally with a bandage on their head because they've been hitting up against these Nine of Wands, trying to get through, trying to get through, trying to get through, right? Hitting their head against a wall. Well, the Death card is an ending and a beginning, a significant one. And this nine energy is an ending, but it's the busting through it. And I feel like this is what they're saying here is that you've been learning to step into your power more and more and more. And that's what happens with the Nine of Wands because it's nine wands blocking your way. And you realize one is glowing and you reach out to grab onto it. And that's your Ace of Wands when you take it and you step into your power, taking responsibility of your power, realizing whatever I'm focusing on is what I'm drawing into my life. That life doesn't happen to me. Um, other people aren't deciding what's coming into my life. I'm drawing into my life what I'm focusing on with my energy. There's no right or wrong, just different choices, different outcomes, different experiences. And if I don't like when something's happening, I stop focusing on that and I focus on the opposite. I focus on what I do want, not what I want to stop happening, but what I want to start happening. And I start having gratitude around those things, right? That's that power of that energy. And as you take that, it opens up this whatever you took that away from there. Now there's this gap that allows you to step through it, which is where this ending and beginning energy comes in. So I like this that they're wanting you to know that you've been learning more and more about stepping into your power and going forward. And this is the time. The ending and new beginning is coming. The breakthrough is on the verge of happening. So that is what they have for you right now, guide. So hopefully that helps, my dear. Congratulations. I love that for you and many blessings. All right, and then we have Ashish Balkaran 30148 for yours. So here's your timestamp here. And Ashish, right? Yeah. So you want to know, will 2026 be a better year for you in all parts of your life? Right. So let's see what they have to say here. Got this and this. You're going to get Wands energy. Dun, da, da, da. And then you got the Hermit and Feather. Well, you still have the Story energy here. So yeah, they have the Hermit card, this stepping away, connecting with spirit, being in the garden alone with spirit. It is this kind of independence energy, being very solid here. But the Two of Feathers, the Two of Swords comes in, and it's a powerful energy because when we're asking, and they even started to tell me when I was reading that, because will it? I don't know, will it? Because you're the one that gets to decide what better means, right? Because everything that happens in our life is perfect and for us and an adventure. And the Two of Swords says that the outside world just happens. It just is. And there's no meaning to it until it gets in here. Till this is the story maker, and we decide what story this is. I get to decide a higher vibrational story of unconditional love and gratitude and joy and laughter and peace, or a lower vibrational story rooted in fear that, has lack and restriction and smallness and, anger and sadness and all that lower vibrational energy that goes with it. So it's like I used to tell people, "Happy New Year," and if it's not, it's your own damn fault. That's what I used to say, like New Year's Day, "Happy New Year, everybody," and if it's not, it's your own damn fault because, it's our choice. Our power of choice it has our experience has nothing to do with what's happening or not happening, what's being said and not being said. Our experience of our life has to do with the story maker. 'Cause we choose the story and then the emotional soundtrack to go with the story, then our physical action in response to the story, and the energy that we put into the story that we draw more things in that match that story. So, there was this I talk about this little kid once. He's like a little, guru in a little boy's body because the video that I saw of him, he was hilarious because he was like, you know, um, "You can become a master of whatever you focus on the most," and he is like, "If you complain about life and um, you continue to do it, you'll become so good at finding things to complain about when no one else can find something to complain about in a situation. You become the master of complaints. Or you can focus on what you're thankful for in life and what you're grateful for in life. And you do it so much that you become this person who can find things to be grateful for in a situation when no one else can. You become a master of gratitude. And your life will match whatever story you're feeding your mind the most. And so, will 2026 be a better year for you in all parts of your life? I don't know, Ashish, will it? That's up to you, right? So that's your message for this day, and I feel like that's what they want you to know right now. So, many blessings to you, Ashish. Hopefully that helps. All right, and then Little Pink Daisy, you're up. 30550 is for yours here. And is there a return for that connection in the future? Will it be as spicy as it was or ended up? Let's take a look here. So, will there be a return of that connection in the future? Okay, based on current energies. Okay. And if it does, would it be anything like as spicy as it was? So, will it return? We've got the King of Feathers, the King of Swords. This does this feel like a return? Let me see what's the bottom of the deck here. We've got the Queen of Pentacles. That's more Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. It doesn't this King of Swords, it's a bunch of mental energy because not only does the King of Swords rule over the mind, with the Queen, all kings get a second portion of mind, mental, air energy, which makes them the master of the story, the mind, thinking kind of energy. So this doesn't feel like that there's a return of this connection because it feels like there's a different story that comes in for you here. And what is that story about here? Yeah, you get the 7 of Cups, 7 of Emotions. Feels like you've got other experiences, emotional experiences that come in around this, not around this particular situation, but I feel like there's something else that comes in. There's a different book to read. That book was spicy and it was nice, and now that book is done. There's not a sequel. That was the end of that book. But there's a different story coming in that's more of an emotional story than, the romance novel that's all about heat and sex, right? This one that's coming is more emotionally based. That feels like it's coming forward. So, I don't feel like that one has a return. But there's a different series of books, romance books, that you encounter instead. So there you go, little pink daisy. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And we have Dollface Diva. You are up with 30819. Here is your timestamp. And a general reading for you. Let's see what we got here. Got this one and this one right here. So you do have the Hermit card and the 6 of Feathers, the 6 of Swords. So you having this little period here with the Hermit card, it feels like you're kind of in this. I don't feel like you're in solitary confinement, but I feel like you're having a lot of alone time, a lot of time to think and reflect because when you get a Hermit card and then we get the card that tells us what's happening while you're in this kind of hermit energy of spending time alone. And the 6 of Swords is you've been doing a lot of thinking about old ways of thinking and questioning your thoughts and beliefs around things and letting it go, seeing things from a higher perspective, seeing more clarity, and it's allowing you to have a change of mindset that will eventually make its way to the outside world and start bringing change into the outside world too. But, there's this energy here of that's the purpose of this alone time, is to let some old ways of thinking go, because it does take you from this choppy waters to these calmer waters, and allows forward movement and allows change to happen. But so if you've been feeling kind of isolated or like non-active and feeling like you've been having a lot of time alone to think and reflect, that's why it's for you, to give you this so that you can have these other changes that will come in the future for you. So hopefully that helps, Dolphies. That's what they got for you right now. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Livy Eva Garra. Hello, hello, my friend. Good to see you. Here's your time stamp. You want to know the energies for the coming week? Oh, yes. Cheers, my friend. Cheers, cheers to you. All right. The coffee is gone. Now we will be moving on to my blueberry water, my blueberry iced tea. So let's take a look here, Olivier. Maybe that was a very poor shuffle. Let me try that again. That's better. Good enough. At least it shuffled the cards. That's what we were looking for. So energies for this coming week. All right. I do want that one. What else? And this one. All right. What do we got coming in here? Got the Queen of Wands, the Queen of Plants, and the Knight of Feathers, Knight of Swords. So both kind of action energy that come in here. The Queen of Wands is, a lot of whatever you're focusing your energy on. She makes things happen with her energy. And we always do, but this is like it's amplified. There's a lot of emotional energy coming in, a lot of um say energetic energy, but it's a lot of that spiritual, passionate for life energy that comes in with the Queen of Wands. She makes things happen. And this Knight of Swords is about movement of communication on one hand. On the other, it's also this search for clarity and gaining clarity for your path as well. So I feel like it feels like a week of action. Makes total sense. We're having so much Aries energy going on. It's you just feel this, I gotta act on stuff. It's about communicating, reaching out, pursuing, maybe putting in a lot of applications, because I feel like a lot of writing, communicating, filling out forms, submitting things kind of energy this week. But it's time to go, 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 go. It's like make it this next week at this. I'm ready to get going. Even more than normal. It's like you have all this energy behind you to really make things happen and get getting the party started. So that is what they have for you, my dear. I like it. Let's go, let's go, let's go. All right. So many blessings to you. All right. I think here, see, it was 242. So that would be 312, and we're at 313. So I've done 30 minutes of free readings. Who I had left, Maria P. We always almost get to you, Maria, don't we? Maria P. and Teresa Horton, Ala and Shirley. You're the four remaining free readings that I have right now. Plus Aunt Rose. Oh, Brother is looking slim. Thank you. Stop. So that is great. Now I'm all blushing. No, because I got some sun today. That's not blushing. If I could blush anymore, I would be blushing right now. Absolutely, Marissa. You can ask for a free reading. Absolutely. Let's see here. I don't think I had any other free readings. We did have Michelle Smith. I did get your, um, I think it was Cash App. Yeah, Cash App came through. And so I'll get you added on to the donation list here as well. And we'll be jumping into those. I have like a handful of donations to complete, and then I'll be jumping back into um, the free readings to finish those up. Blue book, can't do 2 things at once. I used to be such a multitasker when I worked in corporate life. I think I used up all my multitasking juice. So I used to do like 5 things all at once. I'd be all like, psh, 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 psh. Like now it's like focus. I also am older, I know. All right. So those are the 4 free readings for now. And then any other new ones I'll add. But for donations, up next we'll have Guerrera Means War, and then JoJo for number 2, Maria P, and then Michelle Smith. That's where we're at. Boom, boom. All right. So, take another quick sip here. Cheers, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thanks for all the thumbs up, too. It's something everyone can do that's free, and it helps spread the Zen love. It shows my channel or me some love, and you're part of the love tsunami. It helps get my videos and streams out in front of more people. So, we're sharing more love with the world. So, thank you for doing that. Cheers, cheers. That's not bad. Blueberry iced tea. It's strong, but I like it. All right. So Guerrera 31538. Thank you guys so much for your patience getting to all your readings as well. Very grateful. So hello, my friend. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation. Let me see here. Let's give that a love and a like. It's up here somewhere. There it is. Give that a love and a like. So let me scroll back down here. You said, "Hello, my friend. You were on point regarding your coworker." Oh, Mr. Chad. Well, good. Thank you so much. I'm glad that it was accurate. I love hearing that. It helps my human feel confident more in readings. So I like that. So you want to know, how will April 2026 see him with regards towards you? All right, let's take a look here. Shuffle up. Find out what is going on here. So April 2026. How will it see him towards you? Hey, you're here. Hello. Perfect. You're right back in perfect timing. I like it. You sensed it, right? Did you hear me calling out to you? So let's take a look what we have here. What is unfolding here? So the bottom of the deck here, we do have Leo energy with the strength card here. So, this is an energy of, I'm getting spotlight energy. And I feel like it feels as if you're kind of maybe both in the spotlight. Oh, I see. You feel like that kid that's not sure. So I feel like there is this spotlight, like you guys feel like the spotlight is on you. Not like from, I don't necessarily feel like from others, like people are going, you know, pointing at you guys or anything like that. I feel like it's, you ever see like those movies where it gets dark and then there's just spotlights on the two people and it's like there's this new way of seeing things. There's this courage kind of energy that comes in with that, right? Which is taking a chance, stepping forward, being true to yourself. Because I feel like that's kind of like the underlying energy, you know. What if, you know, sometimes it's like I'd rather try and lose a friendship than not try and always wonder. Because you can do a cost benefit analysis, West Side Story. Yeah, right? Yeah, exactly. So, it's cost benefit analysis. If this is all I ever had with them, is it worth not, always wondering, or is it better to try and have it go away if it doesn't work out, or have a chance at having something even more amazing, or something, so I feel like there's some of that That's what gives us the courage is when we do the cost benefit analysis and go, "Is it worth it?" And you're like, "Man, I would rather," or sometimes it's like, "Man, I really like what we have and I don't wanna ruin it. So, I'm gonna be happy with just that, and I'll look for romance somewhere else." I used to tell people would be like close friends if they were ever attracted to me, and I go, "You can either be my best friend forever or be like a boyfriend or whatever for, a year up to 3 years." That was my range. My relationships were either a year, they'd last like a year or 3 years. Not 2 years, it was always a year. Like, my first one was 3 years, and then 1 year, and then 3 years, and then 1 year, and then I was single for 3 years, and then it was 1 year. So I had this pattern. And sometimes it's like, "Hmm, nope, you're just gonna be in my friend zone." Anyway, let's see what else. So what else unfolds here, right? You completely understand. Alright, let's see here. So we got the 3 of balls, the 3 of pentacles. It's friend group, friend energy, but it's also being true, to our authentic self. Being ourselves and, you know, that's the whole thing, and as I get older, it of course just becomes more and more extreme where I'm gonna be me, and if people don't like it, that's fine. I'm not gonna shrink anymore. I gotta be me, and not in a rude way, but I'm not also not gonna pretend I'm not someone that I'm not, and, and if that doesn't work out for people, that's alright. I'm a big hermit. I'm okay being alone. So it's like, it's okay. But this is that energy. It's a friend energy, it's contributing and kind of energy, creativity, but it is the big energy I feel for you is this being true to your authentic self. Be you. If you feel something for someone, tell them, "I really like you. You're really this cool person." And I don't know. And you have the Knight of Feathers, the Knight of Swords, which is an energy of movement, of communication, clarity. And sometimes, that's what just needs to happen. And I think I might have mentioned this in the last one because there was somebody that I was great friends with, and I was really attracted to him. And I just asked him, I said, I don't know. I go, I really like you. I really have a crush on you. And I don't know if you feel the same or not. And they're like, you know what? If I did, I'd be all into you. But they were like, but that's not who I am. And I'm just not. And it didn't what I loved is that because of who they were, it didn't make it awkward, it didn't make it weird. They did end up meeting someone, like, a month later, and they got married, and then they went off and moved away and all that. Um, so I didn't, wasn't in a continued a friendship with them a whole lot after that, but or they came back into town, hung out with them and their wife and all that kinda stuff too, and it's like, you know, um I feel like they're telling you all this stuff because it's like, what would it hurt? And if it hurts something, then it does, right? That's that kind of that courage energy. It's just like, I'm just gonna talk about it, and if it doesn't work out, then if it gets weird, it gets weird. If it doesn't, it doesn't, right? What else do you have here? You have the Hanged Man, which is transformation energy. It's about seeing things from a different perspective, gaining some clarity. You also have the Knight of Plants, which is about this is the horse of action, the horse on fire, the Knight of Wands, and underneath that, you've got the Two of Plants, the Two of Wands. This is all about action and choice energy, you know, gaining clarity. It's just all in here, and it doesn't hurt. I mean, it can hurt a relationship sometimes, right? If we um say, I'm kinda crushing on you a little bit, or I don't know if you ever thought of, that our friendship could ever become more. Have you ever thought of that? And if they're like, "Oh god, no." And you're like, "Oh, okay, good to know, good information. I will look for my goods elsewhere. That's funny that they put it that way. But I feel like with this two of wands, it has a lot to do with the energy of which we approach it, right? If we do it with confidence and just say, I just have you ever thought of that? And they're like, well, no, I haven't. And you're like, well, what do you think about that? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. You get some clarity that comes in with it all, right? So, Queen of Plants, Queen of Wands. I don't feel like it would go anywhere here unless you do it because you have the Page of Pentacles. I like it, the Page of Balls. It's like you have to be the one that steps forward um, to do it because I don't know if they have the courage to do it themselves, right? Um, and they might be like, well, not with someone I work with, um, you know, because it causes problems. Um, but if if we didn't work at the same place, I could see that, you know, and you never know. But so I feel like with all this energy, because you wanted to know, you know, his action towards you, I feel like he just kind of keeps it in that friend zone. But I feel like you would be the one that would need to initiate conversation. They even have the Ace of Swords, which is about, new communication. You'd have to be the one to bring it up. Um, because I feel like they have something around working with someone, and also they don't want to get in trouble because these days it's hard, I don't know if it's the same all over the world, but sexual harassment, you know? Yeah, yeah. So it would be have to you prying it out of them, torture, you might have to waterboard them. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. What animal wants to talk to you here through the animal apothecary? Yeah, even got metamorphosis. They had that hanged man, which is this transformation metamorphosis energy, caterpillar to a butterfly. So it is transformation energy, which, like I said, it could go either way though, right? With um transformation, it could either go up or out. Let's see here. Butterfly says for caterpillar to become the butterfly she's destined to be, she has to commit the most ambitious act of allowing her past self to become annihilated. You have to take a chance. A radical change is at hand for you as well, as you're asked to step into a fuller version of yourself. Caterpillar says that the cocoon phase is scary and painful, but so worth it. Let go of attachments to your identity and outcomes. If something is happening that seems to be impeding your dream, the medicine of this card asks you to understand that it's supposed to be like this. Resisting this moment will only slow down your development in the cocoon. Expect challenge and the demanding labor of metamorphosis. There will be moments of great pain and not believing you can do it. Give loving acceptance to the old, fearful parts that feel frustrated and trapped, but be clear in your understanding that these feelings are an illusion trying to keep you in the comfort of the known, right? It's the unknown. How will they reply or respond? The old cloak you wore for protection is now ready to be shed. It no longer serves the purpose you once needed it for. Strip away the veils and step into the dark, unknown of your fullest potential. You are on the verge of profound transformation and being asked to live in the end, keeping in mind the beauty, success, and fullness coming for you. You cannot fully fathom how glorious your future self will be because you know only the life of the caterpillar, but you must be steadfast in your faith. The metamorphosis will be complete soon, and something more profound than your deepest desires is awaiting you. Be strong, little caterpillar. Big change is coming for you. Yeah, I feel like that is that little step forward kind of courage energy because that unknown is the scary thing, right? I just fear any feelings he may have are an illusion, hence the serious hesitation on your part. Yeah. So, you know, if you think that, but would it hurt? I guess because it's your job, right? That's the thing, is like, I have to see him every day unless you go find a different job. But maybe that's the metamorphosis too. But I do feel like they are pretty bottled up, and I feel like with all this energy, you would have to be the one that steps forward and asks questions to get anything. So, you can just wait too with that metamorphosis and go, the caterpillar is shedding more, and at the right time. And that's what happens when the uncomfortable feeling of not being our true authentic self, when it outweighs our fears, we take action. But when our fears outweigh that feeling, that's when we don't take action. So you'll naturally get to that place or not. Your feelings might change and you never mention anything. Or at some point it might be where that uncomfortable feeling of feeling like you're not being true, then that changes, right? um I'll do a quick card here to see, are there feelings on his part here? Yeah, they're below the surface. Empress energy, she has, um, it's an emotional card. There's a lot of care energy there, um, but there it's pushed down and suppressed because it's behind the scenes. The Empress looks like, earthy energy, but behind the scenes, she rules over all 4 queens, and all 4 queens have cups behind the scenes, and then the Queen of Cups, of course, has emotion in front of her. So even though it looks like balance between, you know, all the 4 elements, there's really 5 parts water. There's a lot of emotion down there. They're a very caring individual, and they care for you, but it stays there. It stays back and in there. But I feel like that's the big thing with them, is that they kind of like, it's because of work and kind of the same fears, right? What if you don't feel the same? What if things don't work out? What if I get sent to HR? What if you turn me in? So so hopefully that helps, Guerrero. That's what they have for you right now, my dear. So many blessings to you. Absolutely. Thank you again so much. Good to see you. All right. And then we have Jojo. You might be sleeping right now, or you could be awake. You never know. Here is both your timestamps. And so thank you for your additional donation is what I was going to say. So you were at your mother's before, which was, oh yeah. And now, oh, you're at a friend's apartment for a week, maybe the neighbors. Oh, yeah, it can still be, yeah, it could be, the energy we are talking about before, right? The emotional energy and doing the bubbles and doing those things. I feel like some of it is left over from mom and being there. Um, but wherever you're feeling that energy, that emotional energy, however it resonates for you. But I definitely feel like there is some of that left over from mom's energy still bubbling around inside you because you're still processing, but it can be a variety of from different sources too. All right. So your question for number 2 was, do you have a void dragon? If so, what's or her his or her message, or any other dragon, if not the void one? All right, yeah, we'll take a look at that. See what we got here. So, do you have a void dragon? We'll look at that first. See what they have to say with there. And then what message does whatever dragon energy you're sensing, because obviously you're sensing a dragon energy, or you wouldn't be asking about it. So they definitely will have a message here, whoever this is. And we'll find out if it's a droid, vagrant, droid. I can't even talk. I'm saying droid, a droid wagon. What is this about? What was in this blueberry tea? Hmm. All right. I do feel like you do have a dragon from the void, because the bottom energies, you have the world card, which is the last card in the major arcana, which starts over at the full card, and there's this in between energy that they just gave me, the in between. It's not of this world and not of this world, it's in the void, right? So I do feel like that is a yes, and we'll also have these cards about the void dragon here too. Yeah, we got the Wheel of Fortune and the Queen of Fishies. Yeah, the Queen of Cups. So there is this I love this that I just love this cat doing cartwheels inside this, it's like the void. Here's them doing cartwheels in the void themselves. But there are you are in, you are sensing it with this Queen of Cups. She's very empathic, very connected to her emotional gift. So, with that world card on the bottom and that's definitely especially that cat doing cartwheels in the void. They're like, "Yeah, I am." So let's see what energies and they're like, "I'm androgynous. I'm not his or her, I'm they." So what's their message? They're like, "Yeah, I'm both. I'm divine masculine, divine feminine. You know, I'm I'm both. I'm this being that does not have gender, you know." So let's see what their message is here. You got 2 and 2 cards. It's almost like wings and then 2 underneath. So it's like there's these 2 wings and then their body. So this must be the dragon themselves. So we'll start at the bottom here. This is part of their body. Got the 2 of pentacles, which is the balance between 2 things. That's an interesting because they were made it very clear that they're not this or that, that they're a balance of both. Interesting, right? What else do they have here? You got the 8 of fishes, the 8 of cups. Again, this emotional energy on both sides, 4 and 4, this balancing energy. But I feel like their message here is they're here to help you balance and understand the 2 sides of yourself, the divine masculine, the divine feminine. And this 8 of cups is about letting go of emotions that no longer serve you, that provided shame and guilt around this. And I feel like that's the big piece of what they're in here for. Um, Rainbow dragon from the void, right? And I like this, that there's this clarity, this movement of emotion, this letting go of relationships that don't serve, but showing this balanced emotional energy between the 2 kind of sides of you. And that makes sense with these 2 sets of wings too. On the left side, the 2 wings you have are the 3 of pentacles and the 7 of pentacles. So 3 of pentacles is being true to your authentic self, which allows this creativity to come in. The 7 of pentacles is allowing yourself to choose, um, what you're wanting in life and to not be afraid to change your decisions, because the 7 of pentacles is like after you see the fruit of what you've planted, sometimes it's like, "Meh, that's not what I want this," and to allow yourself this creativity, allow yourself to be true to you, and that you don't have to try to fit into any boxes anywhere. I like that. Then on the other side, you have the 7 of fishes, the 7 of cups, so many emotions to feel, and the 10, and around 10 of cups, which is so many relationship energies, so many emotion, joy energy. It's like follow your heart allow yourself to experience a lot of different emotions. And with the 7 and the 7 on the sides, it's, these 2 sevens, I feel like, is important for you, but it's, trusting that there's no wrong choice and there's no right choice, just different choices with different experiences, different outcomes, and that it's okay to experience different things and not feel like you have to decide everything for your entire life in a moment. They're like, be true to you. Be true to you. I do feel here with this 3 of pentacles with the 3 of balls card here that they're from the void. They did show me rainbow dragon, like a rainbow phoenix dragon. And that they they also are a part of, like, their essence is also part of that creative um collective of individuals too, that they are like, yeah, but they're going, yes, they're doing YAZ. They're totally like flaming out in as a rainbow dragon, just for the hilarity of it, just for the acting of it. And then they're like, okay, that was fun. Little rainbow boa around around their neck. They must be hanging around your fairy godmother. They're all, "Yes." But, so I feel like that's their message. Let's see what else they have here for you. Your fortune cookie. Let me see if I can zoom in. It's it looks like a phoenix. There they are, rainbow. What? What? Even looks like a rainbow. Card 42. Let's see what this is here. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. This is crazy. It is the phoenix. Shut up. Shut up. It is the phoenix. So, phoenix is an ancient bird that was that will burn himself every few hundred years to be born anew. He diligently builds his nest with cinnamon and frankincense. Then, with one clap of his wings, he ignites his nest into a blazing fire. He endures a night filled with roaring flames and insurmountable pain. When the sun begins to rise, he too emerges from the ashes, more brilliant and mesmerizing than the human mind can fathom. Phoenix comes with informative medicine. He says you also are on the verge of a total transformation. Although you may still be living a current reality that your past self manifested, the medicine of this card foretells a profound change is approaching. You are in the space in between jumping timelines, the void. This timeline is your transition from an old version of yourself into the new and evolved version of yourself. Do not get caught in the trap of believing your current reality defines what lies ahead. It is very possible you are projecting old limiting beliefs onto the situation. Trust that all your effort over the last months and years are in the alchemical process of manifesting. You are now in the moment before your shift into your fullest self. You must believe the highest version of yourself is waiting and ready to be self actualized. What? I know. How perfect is that? You can't make that up. This almost looks like here's a rainbow, but it's all rainbow phoenix. There it is. Boom, boom. I love it. So that is what they have for you, my dear. You can't make this up, right? All right. So many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Marissa. I see your question there. We'll get you onto the free list here. Boom, boom, boom. And and we also had Minu, explain her life. We'll get you on that list here too. Make sure I didn't miss anyone else. Oh my goodness. So we got there here. think that was it. Yep, no other new ones. All right. All right. So, the 2 donations I have Maria P up next, and then Michelle Smith is where we're at, and then we'll jump back to the finish out the free readings. So, cheers, everybody. All right. Good stuff. All right, Maria P, 34444. Look at that. Perfect timestamp. And then you're over here in the PayPal. Let me pull up your little email here. All right. So, Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Okay. What is he up to today? Has he thought of you today? Is he happy with you today? No, is he happy with you? Will we continue? What's coming for your relationship? Have I been stressing out Wally, and how? And how, right? Was that from Little Rascals? And how? All right. Let's take a look here. So, Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. I've got the Six of Plants, the Six of Wands energy. So, this is a passionate attraction, like mutual passionate attraction. Three of Wands on each side. It's a victory energy. It's a positive energy, that's there. But he has that attraction, passionate energy on his mind today. So that's been what's with all this full moon energy. I'm surprised he hasn't grown hair and fangs and howling at the moon with his Scorpio energy. But that's been on his mind a lot today. A lot of this, how attracted he is energetically and physically to you, energy. What is he up to today? Wheel of Fortune, focusing on making the money. He's really focused in on the abundance and money and security kind of energy today. So I feel like he's really focusing in on that kind of like that's where a lot of his energy is going, planning, um, working out things. And it makes sense. It's the beginning of the month. I feel like paying bills and budgeting and figuring out all that stuff out. I feel like they're in that kind of mode today. Has he thought of you today? Chariot, yeah, that's a victory energy, a movement, a lot of decision making. And in the decision making that he's doing and thinking about, of course, you're at the top of the list of making decisions, making choices, um, and thinking about taking actions and next actions and things like that. And then, of course, with this, and that's the moon energy, Cancer moon energy underneath the surface. So, pointing back to that Six of Wands, they've been thinking about you today. Is he happy with you? Two of Feathers, Two of Swords. Sometimes that's the power of story, right? It's it's the mind is changing and it just tells you here, you know, any of the two energy is also about mirrors, right? And it's like he's happy with you when he's happy with himself. When he's unhappy with himself, he's unhappy with everyone, including you. So his happiness is not separate from how he feels about himself. And it's always a reflection of how he feels about himself, right? Because I can't be happy about anyone else if I'm not happy with about myself or with myself, right? So I like that. It's like not 100%, and that if you it's impossible for a human to be 100% happy with everyone all the time, because there's always going to be something that, and it was in this book I'm reading by Humble the Poet. He says, unhappiness happens when the picture in here doesn't match the picture out here. And there's two things that we can do in that situation: change the picture in here to match the picture out here, or change the picture out here to try to get it to match this in here. And that's all we can do. It's a story, right? It's the power of the story with his feathers. Will you guys continue? You got the Hanged Man. Yep, transformation, continued transformation, evolution, caterpillar into cocooning into butterfly. So that is a yes. You guys continue to evolve. Your relationship transforms. What's coming for your guys' relationship? You got the 5 of Pentacles. This is this facing this. This is what you guys both fear. So what's coming for your relationship is facing this fear of being abandoned, being left behind, not being good enough. So both of you facing the energy that's below the surface, which every human we have till we do something about it and we start questioning it. It's our fear of rejection. It's our fear of not being worthy enough, of not being enough for someone or not having enough. And so it's this facing this fears is what's coming for you guys as a relationship. And it's such an important thing because that is the core of conflict in your guys's in any relationship because it goes down to that I feel I'm insecure and so we're wondering about what's going on over here, what's happening, you know. I always need to try to be in control because otherwise I feel like I'm out of control. I'm not enough. I'm going to get rejected. I'm going to get abandoned. Right. So it's this facing this fear. Have you been stressing out, Wally? And how? Well, first of all, you can't stress out anyone. Right. And I feel like that's what this Eight of Swords is telling you. Because the Eight of Swords is us becoming aware of our own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make me feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small, right? Now I can make it easier for someone to get stressed or harder for someone to stress, right? Because if I'm being a source of support and unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace, then it makes it easier for people not to get stressed. But if I'm pointing out all my fears and going, when are you going to do this? When are you going to do that? Why haven't you done this? All the expectations, all of our fears, pouring them on someone, that makes it harder for them not to stress out, right? So you can't stress someone out, but that's how you, um, and not all the time, but at times, you make it easier for them to get stressed when you're talking about what they're not doing, when you're focused on your fears, your expectations that are not being met, then that makes it easier for them to stress out. And just also, they can't stress you out. You can only stress out yourself. Isn't that awesome? Let's see here. What does the fortune cookie bring in here for you as well? So you've got perception. Yeah. I love it. The ostrich with their head in the sand. Let's take a look here. What does this ostrich want to bring for you here? So, ostrich speaks to us about perception. The image of burying one's head in the ground conjures a feeling of the inability to face a wider perspective. To be fair, the ostrich burrows her head in the ground, not to hide, but to rotate her eggs. You didn't know that. When this card comes to you in a reading, however, it is the symbolism of burying one's head in the ground that we're meditating upon. Studies have been conducted to show that a hill will spatially be perceived as steeper when a person is feeling sad. Our emotion literally shapes our perception. So, everything we were talking about, you know, how I'm feeling is how it changes my perception of everything in the outside world that's going on, right? Just like we're saying with Wally, if he's feeling sad or down or whatever, then if he doesn't like himself, then it changes how he perceives everyone else, just like we all do. We do not see life objectively. Instead, the way we see our physical reality is influenced by our internal emotional experience. When a situation reminds your subconscious of an uncomfortable memory, your subconscious will start to shape what you see through the lens of that past experience. Ostrich asks you to look at your current situation and recognize what perceptions you may be projecting onto it. One way to begin to shift your perception is to own that your understanding is never fully accurate. Instead of drowning in uncomfortable feelings, step back and understand that your emotions do not dictate ultimate truth. Realize the control you have over your thoughts about a situation. This control is strengthened the more you become cognitively aware of your perception by questioning it. Start to notice the autopilot chatter in your mind. Listen to how it belittles you and other people around you. As the Buddhist meditation teacher and psychologist Tara Brach teaches, the primitive brain continuously hijacks our ability to be present in the moment. The thoughts are real, but rarely do they hold any validity. Tell yourself, don't believe the thoughts over and over again. This not only snaps you out of the autopilot zombie mind, but also starts to reprogram your brain to put you in charge of your perception. Ostrich's medicine asks you to consistently practice this awareness, and you will transition from being a victim of your thoughts to becoming a master of your perception. Ooh, I like that for you. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings too. We'll circle back around for your free reading here in a bit. All right. And then we have, hey, Sharana. Good to see you. Sorry. Looked like it was really far away. I don't know why. Maybe I shrunk my font. But I see you there. I got your question onto the free list here, which will be heading there. I've got one more donation and then I've got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 free readings. You'll be the seventh one so far. All right. So let me take a quick sip here and we'll move into the final donation that I have right now. So cheers, cheers, everybody. Thank you for the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love, something you can do for free that helps show my channel some love, show me some love. It helps the channel grow. And you are part of the love tsunami. So cheers, cheers. All right. So Michelle Smith, 35658. Thank you so much for your donation via Zcash app. Grateful. And you wanted an ancestor message. All right. Let's see what they have here. So, what do your ancestors want you to know? Looks like it was spinning there for a sec. I think I'm back. Let me just check here. Yeah, I am live. It looked like it spun for a sec, but that's why I keep this here just in case. But all right, so I think I am still live. So Michelle, an ancestor message. All right. Boom, 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 boom. Got that, and then these here too. All right. So I got 5 cards together. I don't know what they are yet, but there's some sort of change energy that they're bringing in here. And then you have 1 card and then 3 cards. This feels like some sort of change with the ancestral tree. And of course, our ancestors, we have tons of ancestors because we don't have just one lifetime, right? We live multiple lifetimes and we don't stay in the same family tree every lifetime. We like jumping like monkeys from tree to tree to tree to tree to tree because we do get to engage with all the ancestral energy of that being that we are in that lifetime, all their ancestral energy we get to experience, and then another one, and then another one, and then another one. So we have tons of connections to ancestors, but this one has to do with the ancestors of this human, you know, gene pool that you are of in this lifetime, all that family tree. And and I do feel here with this that they're bringing in here the 5 number is that, yes, you chose to become a major transformer of the family tree, both helping grow the gifts of the ancestors forward into future generations, but also help break the chains from the past of things that are ready to be transformed. Bottom of the deck, you have the Queen of Fishies, which is the Queen of Cups. And this does have to do a lot with this, kind of Akashic records, this Akashic below the surface emotional energy that's, flowing through. It's like they're showing, and this is interesting. I never really saw a family tree with like an X-ray because we can see the veins in the tree, like where the sap is, but it's emotional flow. It's like it's the tree, the ancestral blood. It's the flow that comes through there, and it's the emotional energy that's flowing through the family tree that you're tapped into and that you're able to help transform. Very interesting. So that's the bottom of the deck. Let's see what it is that you're helping change with these 5 cards. So the 8 of fishies, yeah, 8 of cups. We know that you're helping remove some old emotions, um, you know, the emotional energy, because the 8 of cups, and it's not like I feel like this isn't like current emotional energy. This is the past emotional energy that flows through the family tree. So, like our DNA and our blood, there's emotion that flows through our DNA and our blood that comes through each generation too. Very interesting. So that's something that you're helping this stagnancy, you're opening up to allow this different energetic flow to come through the ancestral line. So I feel like I don't know if you do ancestral work, but definitely I feel like this is a gift that you have, this ability in this lifetime. You got the full card, yeah, which is, uh, you know, a new beginnings, restarts, rebooting things, clearing things out. It's almost like clearing off a table that's full of family junk to have a fresh start, a clean slate that, with all this flow, that it's allowing new beginnings, new adventures amongst the family tree because of this. You got the King of Feathers, which is the King of Swords, the Master Storyteller. This also, it feels like here regarding ancestry, and I don't know if you've done anything around passing on stories of your ancestors, or I don't feel like this is like the genealogy stuff as much as it could be something to do with that. There's so many bunch of old pictures and the stories that go with things. It's almost like being a family historian in a way, that a gatherer of information and a sharer of information with other family members, whether it's creating a book or creating, um, something where you're getting stories from people, especially the older generations, getting their memories and getting things on paper. I know, like, they have books now that you can buy and give them to people that ask them questions and have them trigger memories, and they write down the stories and kind of things, but it feels like there is some sort of writing, some sort of gathering of stories energy that comes in here too. You got the 3 of plants, the 3 of wands, which does talk about with new information, changing direction of family tree, planting things differently, with the 3 of plants, and you have the 9 of pentacles. And I feel like this is an independent thing here with spirit that you're doing here as well. I don't feel like there's this, big, um like getting a whole bunch of people. I feel like it's more independent that you're doing this rather than, trying to get a large group of people together to do something. This feels like an independent uh, adventure, independent quest that you're on with this. It's funny that they changed it from being 5 cards. They did 3 cards, 2 cards. Now this 1 card suddenly fits in. Where something didn't fit before, now it fits in, which brings you to the Temperance. Yeah, and it's funny, the Temperance card, there's this new meaning that I have. I saw someone say something about alchemy, and I totally went Temperance card. I even wrote it down. It says, "We can turn anything into a golden opportunity." And we can alchemize, we can transform something with this energy. And you do have a contact, you have several contacts in the spirit world that's there, and, that you can work with in a spiritual way, where if there's something that needs to be transformed emotionally and different things, you can hand it to them. They'll take it into their high heart, transform the energy, and bring it back to you so that you can then bring it into the family tree. So you do have a great amount of support among the ancestors to do that. And you might even have some that stand out to you within the family tree, which leads you to your last 3 cards here, which is the Page of Pentacles, so new opportunities. It is like you start to see, and here's that book energy again. So it brings in this opportunity for people to see their worth in a different way. In fact, it's kind of like the ancestors are saying, people's opinion of us can change it with this new information that comes in as well. You got the King of um, Pentacles coming in here too. Again, this worth energy, and the 5 of Swords too, that's coming in here, which has to do with conflicts. And I feel like, again, there is some clarity that comes in, some conflicting stories that you get clarity on that helps kind of um, change people's perspectives. I feel like when you tell someone's story, like, you know, like when they were the youngest, son out of 10 sons, and, they actually ended up, they couldn't feed another child, so they ended up sending him off to be raised by a distant cousin, and when you realize someone's history and then the stuff, how they acted and reacted and did, it's that kind of stuff that once you find out this information, either in real world or even for you intuitively, where you start to understand, especially if you communicate with someone on the other side, you're like, you see them in a different way. Um, just like our own parents, right? When you realize what kind of life they had, you're like, damn, they did a good job in raising us. When, as children, we think, oh, parents aren't perfect. And no parent ever is. But when you realize, wow, what kind of childhood and life they had growing up, you're like, they did great not to really mess me up, you know? So, I like that for you. So that's what they have. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. I feel like this one here. Yeah, because you got all this abundance energy. Let's see what this is here. And you got a 9. You had the hermit energy. And then now we have all this abundance energy. And you got this whale, this deep diving, right? Let's see what this is about. It's the bowhead whale. So to survive, bowhead whale must be in flow with the currents of the ocean where its main source of food lives. Here's that flow again, energy we were talking about. Flow of blood, through the tree and stuff. When a team is migrating through the Arctic waters, the lead bowhead will often break through the ice to create a hole that the following whales will use to breathe. Bowhead whale comes to ask you to be in harmony with the flow. The flow is the path of least resistance. It is allowing that which is bigger than yourself to guide you. This card reveals that something greater is clearing the way for a time of relief. You are in alignment with the flow where abundance follows. And this abundance is revealed to you as your true self. You're being asked to release your negative thinking and worry. Rest assured that whatever is currently bringing discord or angst will soon dissipate. That's that conflict we talk about that would be changed. Let go. Holding on to worry is resisting the state of flow. When we trust life and surrender, we work in flow. When we work in flow, we channel, which means to allow the universe to self express through us. In these magical moments of inspiration, we allow the universe to actualize using us as the vehicle. This is bliss as we transcend the superego and are one with the ultimate oneness. This is where we realize our true self. This is ultimate abundance. Bowhead Whales Medicine suggests prayer as a gateway to channeling. Ask the universe what you can do for it and not what it can do for you. What comes next is better than what you could wish for. Wow. I love that. So, abundance. Well, well, well. Well, whale, whale. Looky there. All right. So, that is what they have for you, Michelle. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. As always, so generous. I appreciate you. All right. So I think that is it for the donations. Let me just check my email here and make sure it's all up to date. Let's refresh here. I think it is. All right. So let me take a look here. Let me just make sure. I think you deleted yours and re-entered yours. Sharana? I'm probably murdering your name there. Let me just see here. Yeah, so you changed it. So let me alter that real quick here. And then we did have Aunt Rose as well. So I'll grab yours and I'll get you on the free reading list here too. All right. I think we are good here. All right. So I'm going to take a quick sip here and we'll dive back in. Now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got eight free readings to do. So we'll complete those out. So cheers, everybody. All right. So Maria P., you are up for 12:28. Whoops. Is your timestamp here. And thank you for your donation earlier. So a general for you for work and love. So for work and for love. So for work, you got the 5 of Fishies. So there's a little bit here, 5 of Fishies around work. There's some, I don't know, there's some sadness, some lower vibrational emotional energy that's kind of hanging around here. And what I feel here, this is among the group, not like specifically like something's going to happen at work that's going to make you feel this way or anything like that. There's this energy of the emotions of people at work seem to be kind of low vibrational. So it's something to be aware of, I feel like they're saying, so that you can go in with like your bubble up, knowing that there's all this people kind of not in a good emotional place, like as we were talking about in your last reading, right? Because they're feeling low, they're going to see everything low. So don't take anything they're doing personally. It's a reflection of people having some bad days. So just know that it's a good opportunity not to take things personally, realizing everyone is having, and not everyone, but there's the people that express it are having a bad day. Okay. For love, you got the Emperor energy. Yeah, I like this. This is about getting out of your head from expectations and find out what is it you wanna have in your heart. What do you want your relationship to look like? What do you want love to look like? Make some plans and then put energy behind having it happen. You know, you're not you're not just on a love bus and you're being taken somewhere. You're the one that gets to decide what love means for you and what you wanna grow. It's like you have to action and put action behind things to make it grow, and but you get to decide what it is. Not, "Well, I should do this, I'm supposed to do this." It's like, "What does my heart want? Where's my passion leading me with my relationships and love?" And about make plans and make things happen, I feel like is the message for that, right? So that's what they have for you, Maria. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Teresa Horton, 41509 for yours. Boom, boom, boom. Here's your timestamp. All right. And please tell me if security done cut my check off. I went to get my money order for my rent and it kept saying, like, no money. Please tell me you're about to die. Oh my God, no. All right, let's take a look here. Oh, if like Social Security is that, oh, S is security. Yeah. Let's take a look here. No money. All right, let's take a look here. So what can we know here? Yeah, you got the Ace of Cups, which is a positive energy, and the King of Plants, the King of Wands. This is positive energy. I feel like there could just be a delay, um, a delay that happened here. It doesn't feel like things are cut off here, but the King of Wands tells us, the more fear we have, and I know it's difficult, like, you're like, "Oh my god, I got rent and I got all this stuff to go," and it's not there. What happened? It's like, it needs to be put in. In fact, if you're able with this King of Wands, it's you taking some action. I don't know if your bank is open 24/7 or if they have customer service or something. I feel like if you contact them, they'll be able to see if something's pending or not. If not, then definitely I feel like you just need to contact them and everything. With this Ace of Cups, it's happy emotions, kind of energy. And I like this. I feel like, you know, just kind of surrender it to creator, the universe going, I'm going to do what I can do. I'm sending it and giving it to you and and I know you're gonna work everything out, but I'm gonna do my due diligence and I'm gonna take the actions I need to do. So I feel like but I feel like everything's gonna be fine with this. I feel like there was just a glitch in something with it's a holiday weekend and there was just it just feels like there was a disconnect somehow and that they're pushing out the money. Um, but I don't feel like they haven't cut you off or anything like that. Um, but I definitely would, if you can look at the bank and see if it's pending, if you have like online banking, that'll put your mind at ease because it might just appear tomorrow. Or if you need to get someone, if your bank is open tomorrow, contact them. Social Security, I don't know if they're up on the weekends, but they might have some sort of reference thing. But I feel like if you look into it, you'll find that there was just a glitch and it is coming. Just it had something to do with a pause. But I know like both my parents are on Social Security because of their age and stuff. And I know they even have sometimes where they're like, it didn't show up and then it showed up the next day. Like I didn't see it, like my mom will say, I didn't see it pending. And then suddenly it was there the next day. And she goes, I don't know what happened. I'm like, yeah, sounds like it is government work, right? So that's what they have, Teresa. Hang in there, my dear. Many blessings to you. Oops. All right. Sorry, let me just undo it. What did I just do? Oh, that's why the mouse moved. All right. So let's take a look here. Hey, Maria Scorpio. Good to see you. I'll get you onto the free list here. And Kita, hello, hello. Good to see you as well. Get you on the free list here. All right. And then we have Allah is up 419.35. So Allah, here you go. And Pisces current feelings for you, please. Yeah, I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well. Let's see what we got here. What's Pisces current feelings? Feelings, feelings, feelings. Yeah, they've got the 7 of cups, which is the 7 of fishes here, which is a lot of different emotions. Um and a wide variety. It's not good and there's not good or bad emotions. I mean, just different emotions. There's some that are higher vibration love and but there's also some other just it's conflicted emotions. Whenever I get like emotional confusion kind of with a 7 of cups, it does mean like they're kind of in some fears that are throwing them into this place of, oh my gosh. So there is a little bit of uncertainty with the Pisces here. And the 3 of plants, the 3 of wands is about, changing of direction a little bit here. Um, it's not an death ending card or anything like that, but I feel like they are altering course a little bit. They're making adjustments on what their next actions are because of this emotional energy. Now, keep in mind, we just had a full moon a couple days ago in Libra, which rules over the planet or the house of relationships. And this energy brings in and makes us realize our imbalances in things and our balances. That's where there's these mixed emotions that are coming in, and they're exaggerated during a full moon. So I feel like they're kind of in this, whoa, I got all these emotions. I don't know. I'm not used to feeling all this. And with this 3 of wands, I kind of feel like it's not like they're leaving. Like I said, it's not like a death card energy, but it does feel like they're like it's like they're showing me someone getting on a freeway that goes like 90 miles an hour, and they're getting on there and like, "Oh my gosh, this is moving too fast. I'm gonna get off and take the" what do they used to call them? Access roads in Texas. It was like an access road, which is a slower road off of the freeway. It has lights and, traffic lights and all that. Still ran along parallel with the freeway most of the way, but you're not on this busy, busy, go, go, go. You're just kind of taking it easier. And I feel like that's kind of like this is too much emotion. I'm a little overwhelmed and overstimulated in all my emotions. So kind of taking an off ramp a little bit to go a little slower. So I feel like that's kind of what the energy is right now. So hopefully that makes sense. Right. So that's what they have for you. Many blessings to you. All right. And then Shirley, you are up for 22.48 is yours. And will you have a good weekend? I don't know, will you? Based on current energies, is it gonna be easier or harder for you to have a good weekend? Well, I like it because this is basically what I was saying. You got the King of Wands and the Eight of Wands. So the Eight of Wands, there's a lot of movement, a lot of energy, a lot of excitement, right? So we definitely have a lot there. But the King of Wands says, you hold the magic wand. Whatever you focus on is what grows and you draw it to you. And you're the one that gets to decide, right? The king is the ruler over the suit. You're the one that gets to decide. So there's a lot of opportunity for goodness out there, but whether we see it or not is up to us, right? It's almost like what story do I create around it? What am I choosing? Because we can look at any situation, you know, ultimately, I know some are harder than others, but we can look at any situation and choose to find the silver lining, right? Surely Silver Fox finds the silver lining, and you can find all the good stuff and things and have a good weekend. Because whatever we want to find, whatever we're searching for, we will find, right? If I wanna find the bad things in things or the lower vibrational ugly things, I'm gonna find them. If I wanna find the good things, I'm gonna find them. And whatever I'm looking for and I find is what I'm going to experience, right? So I feel like they're saying here, yeah, you can have a great weekend or not, and it's totally up to you. Like I was talking about earlier, I used to tell people, "Happy New Year," and if not, it's your own damn fault. Because whether I have a good time or not is totally up to me. I'm the one that gets to decide what kind of time I have. No one gets to decide it for me. Yeah, people, we can make it easier or harder for people to have a good time or not, because I can either be loving and joyful and make it easy for you to have a great time, or I can be a putz and grumpy and ornery and make it difficult for you to have, a good time. But ultimately, you're the one that gets to decide what kind of time you have, right? Irregardless of me and my energy. So I feel like that's their big um, message for you for this weekend is it can be as great as you want it to be or as miserable as you want it to be, and there's no wrong or right choice, just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. So, empowered surely, that is what we have for this weekend. All right, so hopefully that helps, Shirley. That's what they have for you, my dear. So, many blessings to you. All right. And then me new, we got 42607. Boop, boop, here we go. Here's your timestamp. And P's feelings for me new. So, what are their current feelings? Right. Oh, well, well, well. I wouldn't say feelings as much as attraction energy. You got the Knight of Plants, which is the Knight of Wands, which is the horse fire, a lot of passion, a lot of physical, energetic attraction, not emotion, but I really like you. I know, almost creepy, right? But we got the strength card too, Leo fire energy. So again, this combo feels like their feelings for you are not from here, they're more from down here. And that attraction energy that's there. So I feel like that's kind of where they're at. And it's a full moon. So they probably were howling at the moon, with that energy as well. So hopefully you're like, I know, I could tell. Uh, but that they're kind of in that attraction energy, not the emotional place right now. So that is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. So, hey, Marissa, thank you so much. I did get 2 donations here. Let me see here. All right. Okay, very good. So we got that one and then this one here. Okay. All right. So I did get 2 donations that came in. I need to figure out who was who's here. So, Marissa, thank you so much. Let me grab your name from here. And then Maria P, thank you for your additional one here as well. So, and and Marissa, you actually were the next free reading up. But so we'll get around. That one looks like a different question than the one you're asking on your donation. So we will circle back around for your free reading eventually too, after we complete these here. All right. So let me take a quick sip here. We'll jump into those and then we will circle back for the other free readings as well. So thank you guys for all your patience in getting to your readings. I'm so grateful. All right. So, Marissa, you're at 429.07 for your donation. And your question here about why did A and A deactivate their Facebook accounts? All right. See what is happening here. So why did they deactivate their Facebook accounts? So this is Alshon's and this is April's here. Okay, thank you. All right, we'll see if it's the same reasons or not. Energy on the bottom of the deck, we do have the Six of Fishes, which is the Six of Cups. This is an energy of exes and people coming back from the past. So it feels like they both deactivated their accounts because people from their past were either commenting or reaching out to them. And we'll find out more here as I dig deeper. But it feels as if there was some, it feels like jealousies of, your exes are reaching out to you via Facebook and, you know, well, yours are too. Well, let's just deactivate them then so that we don't have to worry about it. All right. So I feel like that's what kind of some underlying energy that's there. It feels like that kind of experience. So why did they deactivate theirs? Yeah, we got the Tower card here. They look like, the Tower card is being removed to make space for something more in alignment. So it does feel like it was a reaction to something, so this does feel like that. Let's see what the energy is underneath it here. Yeah, the Hanged Man, transformational energy here. So both of these, it feels like they like Alshon was because of this lightning bolt that hit him, which I feel like it could be that April was getting upset about the comments and people and different things on their account, and so he said, "I'll just deactivate it." Um, and I'll do that to help transform our interaction, right? For now, because you can reactivate it easily, right? I've never deactivated mine, but I'm thinking that it's just like it's not like a permanent thing. You can deactivate it, then you can reactivate it. And then why did April deactivate their Facebook account? So I got the 10 of Pentacles, the 10 of Balls, which is relationship energy. So for the sake of the relationship, this just confirms it here. But it feels like, well, if you're going to do it, I'll do it. What's underneath here? We got the 8 of Swords and the Ace of Swords. So got the 8 and the Ace. So it did have to do with communication, new communications, and the 8 of Swords is about letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make me feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. It's like it does feel like the communication that they were getting, but I feel like especially that Alshon was getting, that they're like, let's this is causing conflict. Can we just delete or deactivate our accounts? And I feel like that's what they agreed to do for the transformation of their current relationship. So interesting for us to be able to move forward. That is what they were felt that they needed to do for now. Right? We know how that goes. Well, I feel like they're not like, because that's why I could feel to move forward, but I don't feel like they're together yet. I feel like in order to move forward, and just see where things go. It's like we need to get this out of we need to deactivate these so that we can see what is moving forward there. But I feel like that's where it's headed. And I feel like that's what we got in a previous reading, didn't we? That, yeah, they're kind of headed towards that, but it won't last if they, go that direction. It didn't feel like it was um, going to evolve into something super, super serious. Um, yeah, I feel like that's what Spirit's bringing back regarding their interactions. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in for this too. Um, Destiny's path omnia unus est. Bees and snakes. Let's see what this brings in here. What kind of animals are these? Yeah, bees and snakes. That's what it is. Because they're one's a busy bee and one's a snake. How can they be in a relationship? I'm just kidding. One of the most powerful cards in the deck. This speaks of initiating the fulfillment of destiny through transmutation. So, receiving this card means you are on the correct path, being led towards supreme success. It is confirmation that your destiny is in the works, even if current circumstances are contrary to your heart's deepest wishes. You have a profound purpose that is beyond your current understanding, but it is what every cell in your body has yearned to self actualize. Even your limiting beliefs cannot stop the unfolding of your greatest potential. The symbol of the circles and triangle is known as the Philosopher's Stone, the symbol of transmutation and inner enlightenment. The alchemical process of turning lead into gold through a deep cooking and heating process is representative of the psyche transforming into its highest potential, leading to enlightenment and the utter fulfillment of one's purpose in the physical realm. King Snake is the ultimate transmuter. He is a non venomous, yet can eat poisonous snakes, often bigger than himself. This teaches about your ability to transmute a toxic situation into your greatest asset, which I do feel like you're learning through this. This is setting you free. This is part of your, yes, let her have him because he's not healthy for you. Your purpose is further down the road. The bees in this image represent the gifts you have within that are of the utmost service to humanity. Bees are a gift to humanity as they pollinate about 80% of the crops we eat. Your purpose is also a gift of service to humanity. Above and below the king snake, we see the image of the all seeing eye guarding and guiding you. There is a force that created you that has been facilitating your growth this entire time. And lastly, connecting it all together is the Latin term omnia unus est, which translates to all is one, everything's connected. There is a mystery beyond your comprehension aligning you with what you were born to share. Every moment you have encountered was meant to bring you to exactly where you are right now. Ultimate self actualization is your destiny. You're on the correct path. So I like that they're saying here is, just, you can trust that whatever's happening between them is good for you because they're not meant for you. They're actually a poisonous snake. They will end up poisoning you instead of bringing health and abundance to you. You have someone else down the road is that. And so, you know, it's like April's a bright, shiny thing to keep the dog away from you because it's over there, and then you get to meet, this amazing individual further on down. So this is part of your purging of things that don't serve you, that are being moved out of your life for you to make it, to have space for something that's more in alignment with your energy further down the road. So I feel like that is what they want you to know for this, Marissa. So hopefully that helps a little bit. I know still kind of the raw stages of, that that their actions mean something about you, and it does, but in a positive way. It's like they're being removed out of your life for you because you're so loved and they want something that's more in alignment with you instead of going, like if a kid wants cookies for breakfast, you're like, well, this is something better for you than cookies. And they're like, I want cookies though. If we gave a little kid what they wanted, they wouldn't be healthy. So they're giving you something healthier for you, a good, nutritious breakfast. So hopefully that helps, Brissa. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And then Maria P for 39.51 is for your second donation. Boop, boop, there it is. And let's get into here for your questions too. Scroll, scroll. Let me take another sip here. All right. Sorry, the card is shedding. There we go. So your ex-husband. Oh, yay. So is he planning anything? Let's take a look here. Let me try that again here. All right. So based on current energies, is he planning anything in court again with lies? Will he stop coming around? Based on current energies. Let's try that again. There it is. Wally's thoughts on you now. What's coming towards you this Sunday? And then a message from Spirit. All right. So is your ex-husband trying to start something here? Yeah, we got the death card here. No, he's not. He's not going to try to kill you. This is this ending beginning energy. So it feels like there is this transformative energy, like they're going to try. It does feel here with the death card, that there's this starting up something again, because that is an ending beginning energy. Is he plan? Is he? So I feel like he is. Will he stop coming around? You have the Wheel of Fortune, which is yes, they'll stop coming around because this is for you, but it's the ending energy because I feel like they're gonna try, but in the end, with this Wheel of Fortune, it ends up being in your favor, and I feel like it ends very quickly. I don't feel like it goes anywhere. So I feel like he like tries to start up, but it just kind of gets nipped in the bud really fast, and then they continue on that. This even looks like a little pendulum, right? It's like it swings and it swings back and then it's done, right? So it doesn't feel like there's anything really bad, like nothing comes from it. But you also be aware of your energy, right? If you focus on fear and you allow your emotional energy and everything to invest in all that, guess what you're doing? You're growing it, you're making it bigger than it needs to be, right? So you can bring it back to you. Bring your energy back and focus on what you are grateful for in your life and for your children and everything else, right? Don't focus on that unless you want more of it, because whatever you focus on, you grow, right? So I feel like that is what around that. Wally's thoughts on you now. You got the King of Pentacles. Yeah, he's in that energy of abundance again. Still, really, I feel like that he's thinking about, I don't feel like it's changed because the Wheel of Fortune is what we got earlier on where he was at, which is about abundance and fullness. And now he's still in that, thinking about fullness and abundance and creating security and the changes that they want to make in the outside world and all of that. So I feel like they're kind of still in that energy of focusing in on those. Especially I feel like they're again all this bills and stuff, they're in that kind of energy. What's coming towards you Sunday? You got the Ace of Plants, the Ace of Wands. This is a nice energy of a lot of energy, excitement, kind of energy that comes in here. A little bit of passion. So, but it feels like there's like a nice spark on Sunday. Um, so um, it just feels like, yeah, it's like a new. I don't know. It's like a no, not a new beginning energy, but it feels like a renewed energy. I feel like you just kind of feel renewed on Sunday. Um, and excited and, you know, just like it's a brand new day kind of energy it feels like on Sunday. A message from spirit. You do have the Empress. Yeah. Mother nature, mother nurture. Nurture yourself and your kids. um, but it's important for you, get out into nature if you can. Really ground yourself. It helps ground it. But this is about make sure you're taking care of yourself, eating right, drinking enough water, treating your body really well. Um, because this energy of the Empress is really focusing on that for you because that's how you create. And if you're not feeling good, then your whole view of the outside world changes, right? We talk about that in your last reading. And it's important for you to make sure your health is good because when you're healthy, and you're full and overflowing, then that helps everyone else, you know, because if mom's happy, everyone else is happy, right? But you can't like the greatest gift you can give the world is a healthy, full, overflowing you, right? Right. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here for you as well. What other message? That spirit, animal spirit wants to give you a message here. Yeah, you've got, is that a tiger? You've got the sacred boundaries. Whoopsh. Let's see what we got here. Card 43. Oh, it's tiger palm. Oh, that's like is that like some sort of martial arts or something? But it says tiger palm is the medicine of sacred boundaries. Tigers are masters of their territory. In the jungle, Tiger says no to living near other tigers because she knows this will diminish the amount of food in her territory. Tiger says yes to living near water, for she knows it's good medicine to relax and play in the flowing waters. Tiger is bold and never thinks twice about whether she should allow something toxic and dramatic in her environment. So, this is like, what are you saying yes to? What are you saying no to where you're investing your energy, right? Nor does she ever feel bullied or coerced into doing something that she does not want to do. So don't feel coerced by your ex, right? Just whatever. Tiger is so strong because she creates firm boundaries. Tiger's power comes from knowing and honoring herself. We teach people how to treat us. Never expect others to automatically respect and treat you with the justice, love, and consideration you deserve, even when you treat them with kindness. Articulate and create boundaries through courteous speech. For many people, conflict is draining and they would rather avoid it. Still, if you are presented with a situation that continuously minimizes or belittles you, you must stand your ground and ask for respect. The mere fact of sticking up for yourself is so admirable, it energetically creates a level of esteem from others. Even if the other party does not hear you, you will have strengthened your self worth by holding your boundaries, and this new level of deeper self worth will reflect in other areas of your life. So that's something like that Wheel of Fortune, this situation with your ex, it is for you. Even if they don't get it, you're learning about your strength, right? Boundaries do not apply only to behavior from others, but also the way we treat ourselves. Do you have guidelines for the food you put in your body? There's that Empress energy. The people you create relationships with, the words you say, and the topics you discuss. Tiger Palm's medicine raises its hand in your spread when you're also being asked to level up the energy you allow into your life. Start scanning what behaviors you hold that do not align with I treat my body, mind, and spirit like a sacred temple. That's that Empress. Tiger's Palm's medicine directs you to set boundaries with not only others, but yourself. Ooh, I like that. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donations. Many blessings to you. And yeah, we did complete your free reading earlier as well. If you didn't see that, just in case you're here, here's your free reading. All right. So, Alice, thank you for your additional 2 donations here. Now, I do need to run to the little gentleman's room again. I've been drinking a lot of water. So, I so rather than feel rushed, let me go do that real quick. I'll come right back, and then we'll complete your 2, and then we'll continue on to the free readings unless I get other donations too, but, um, I'm starting to feel, like, rushed, and I don't wanna feel rushed, so I'm gonna go do that real quick, and I'll be right back. Thank you for your patience. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, we are ready. All right, so let me get up. Where's your there you are. So, thank you, Alice. All right, so Alice, 452, 46. Yes, is for your number 3 here. So thank you for that and for your little rainbow unicorns. So is the person stepping up to the plate living in San Francisco, New York, Pennsylvania, or none of these? And is it Emma? All right, let's take a look here. So we'll take a look here. We'll do cards for San Francisco, New York. I think this one is Pennsylvania, or none of these. And is it Emma? All right, let's take a look here. And with the King of Wands, the King of Plants on the bottom, that does represent an energy of someone is stepping up to the plate. So that is an action, someone making a decision. So that definitely confirms that someone is for me. San Francisco energy, I got temperance. That is more of a slow moving energy than it is an like a stepping up energy. That's more of a let's wait and see energy. So I don't feel like it's San Francisco. New York, we got the Queen of Wands. So that feels like an action energy because that's like the king and queen of wands energy coming in there. So let's see here. What about Pennsylvania? Yeah, the six of pentacles is more of it's a balance, give and take energy, kind of like the temperance energy. So that's telling me no. And then is it none of these? No, we have the 10 of Pentacles, which is an abundance energy. So it is one of these, and I do feel like it is New York with that energy there. Oh, you live in New York. Oh, okay, very good. So it does feel here. Is it you? I don't know. We'll take a look here. Well, let's find out. Is it Emma? You got the seven. No, I don't feel like it's Emma. Seven of Pentacles is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. That's like again, a very patient drawing out card here. Um, so is the person stepping up to the plate? I mean, because if you live in New York, um, we'll take a look here. We'll just ask that specifically here. So is this you that are stepping up to the plate? You got the Page of Feathers and the Tower card. No, this would not be like a you energy. Because the tower card is someone or something being removed out of, moving away to make room for something that's more in alignment. So I don't feel like this is you. Um, oh, stepping up to the plate. Um, I get it. I get what you're saying now. I totally was not in the mind frame of this was referencing the last readings that you had about the next person stepping up into the plate that's there, right? Um, but I do feel like it is someone in New York, but it's not you because this tower is being removed out of the picture, right? So that makes sense. I get it now. But it totally makes sense with all this here. I do feel like it is someone in New York, but I don't feel like Emma. Um, I feel like that's more maybe they're in the dugout because they're more, somewhere else. The other ones, the temperance is taking the time, getting to know, um, the six of, yeah, all this waiting and balancing things out energy, is coming in. But I feel like the person that's going to be moving from the the little batter up box or whatever that's stepping up to the plate. I do feel like they are in New York, but and then with you getting the tower, that's no, that's not you. Someone else that's also in New York. Interesting, right? Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. And then we'll look at your other one there. Okay, one more clarifier on it, but I have to like limit the amount of follow-ups on a reading. I'll do one more if it's Juliana. But and then we'll do the fortune cookie and then go on to your next one here. All right. Is it Juliana? No, we got the full card, which this is it's a zero. This is It's like a new adventure, but this is, yeah, this feels like more energy of I mean, this is like a new this is too new for them to be moving up to the plate because it's, the 0, energy, so I don't feel like it's Juliana. Let's see what else I want you to know here with this animal apothecary. Better than you can imagine. Yeah, got the dragonfly. So this is a transformational energy. So I feel like this is their message for you more so. So before Dragonfly becomes her most authentic self, she spends about 4 years underwater as a creepy little nymph creature. The dragonfly nymph has no comprehension of her greatness. How could a creature that lives underwater even remotely fathom that there existed an atmosphere she had no perception of, which she would not only live in, but fly in as well? Dragonfly brings a sacred message about your belief in your future self. She says your perception of reality is quite limited and naive, and your image of your future self is incredibly narrow. But that's okay. Just be aware of this. If you have a dream, Dragonfly is telling you all you have to do is work on it, and life will do the rest for you. Don't try to figure out what it's supposed to look like with your limited perceptions. Don't look at setbacks as the end of the world. They were meant to happen to propel and stretch you. Just keep working on your dream, and life will create something so much bigger than you have the ability to currently understand. Dragonfly's medicine teaches you to first surrender your need for something to be like the limited view in your head. Second, have absolute trust that life will deliver something greater. Third, be patient. Last, get excited that something bigger than your dreams is destined for you. So I feel like they're kind of pointing you away from this situation, going, trust that there's something bigger and greater for you. And, you know, that it might be hard for you to picture that in the current situation that you're in, but there is, and they're pointing you toward it, right? So, so that is what they have for that one. And then for number 4, we got 50203. There it is. So thank you for your last donation here. What did Kyle first think, feel about you before you started talking? Your dating profile in the 2 years he's been following you on Instagram. Does he know I'm also talking to other guys and interested in dating them? Oh, look at you. All right. So what did he first feel about you before you guys started talking? So, um, okay, thank you. Those there. And then does he know that you're talking? And okay. So from your dating profile, with the devil card here, the devil card is a card of like a lot of restrictions, a lot of, because the devil card is all about letting go of a lot of long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make us feel blinded and bound and restricted. And usually the devil card has people in chains around their neck. And I feel like his first impression when before you guys started talking, looking at the profile is, uh, again, he has all those expectations and those big things that he wasn't sure, how you would measure up to all those expectations and everything. And that was just off of the dating profile. We have 3 cards for the Instagram and etc. but I feel like off the dating profile, he kinda just was like, I don't see enough on there for me to pursue that kind of thing, I feel. He was like, "Hmm." Through Instagram, following on Instagram, we got the 4 of fishes, the 4 of cups. We also have the 5 of pentacles energy. What's this progression? 4, 5, and then to 9. And then the 9 of cups. So it was feelings, first think and feel, right? So the thinking, of course, would be the Capricorn energy, a lot of that about, living up to expectations, etc. The um the 9 of cups is like, I feel like as they were following you more on Instagram, they saw you more how you shared in life. They saw what your wishes and your dreams come true are. And so I do feel like there was this kind of, mm, like, clarity. I feel like 2 things. One is like this, they're seeing more of what you would like and what your dream is. And they were also looking and kind of checking off going, "Well, this is something that's my dream come true. Alright." But with that 5 of pentacles, they also there's that's the, the feelings and beliefs in lack and, um, I'm not gonna be enough. It's not gonna be enough. So they were kind of in this mindset during all this time, a lot of that people aren't matching up to things. And I do feel like they were seeing some things that, again, with this expectations, they were like, well, there's some things in there that isn't quite what I would like, but maybe that's workable. But I feel like overall with this 4 of cups, they kinda had this energy in the beginning before you guys really started to talk, that they have these 3 cups in the 4 of cups, and they kind of are like, these are what they're always doing. In fact, others just showed me the 3 cups are the dugout, the batting box, and the batting plate, and they could see you as being in one of those. Um, but there was always something in them already, so that's why it took a while for it to all align where they entertained it more, um, which is, an interesting thing with them. It feels so cyclical, like, I feel like it's a habit, even with this devil card, which is an energy of addiction, and they might just be addicted to this new people and that they just haven't learned to be able to go deep into a relationship. They only can like be at like a shallow, kind of energy, at this point. But let's see here. Do they know that you're also talking to other guys and wanting to date them here? We got the full card. Um, and the 10 of wands. So the 10 of wands is like an ending energy, and the full card. And I kind of feel here that they do, and I kind of feel here that they don't mind, because I feel like they know that they're headed towards, this ending energy. Yeah, because you got the relationship, the 2 of cups energy over here. And I do feel like they've got, there's the 2, it's like they got these 2 fishes, you know, "It's okay, I've got these backups here, the batter's box and the dugout," and I feel like it's like they're not upset by it, they're just like, "That's good, because then I won't feel so bad," kind of energy that's here, because I just feel like they're ready to move on to, the next to pitch to the next batter, um, kind of energy here. And I'm quite honestly, I mean, with all this energy, I'm glad that this you're gonna learn and grow through this. And I feel like a big part of all this is reflecting for you so you can, see yourself in a way that you know you deserve to have more. You deserve better, you deserve and to really see who you really are, kind of energy and what you will accept and what you won't. Yeah, I like it. You're almost there. Foxy lady. Let's see here. Master number 44. See what else they have here for you. So, in the blossoming spring season, which we're in, little Fox frolicked and skipped in the wild woods. As he played, his attention was constantly drawn to a distant light. The light glimmered deep in the forest past the rumbling river. And although he couldn't quite make out what the light was, every bone in his body knew that it was meant for him, and his soul would spark with joy when he saw it. It was as if the light were a magnet calling out to him. But whenever little Fox ventured toward the light, he was always abruptly stopped by the roaring river before him. Little Fox would fall into despair, for he could not unite with the light that called him. Time went on and spring became summer. Little Fox would continue to catch glimpses of light, still filled with excitement and longing to unite with his beloved light. He would regularly attempt to reach it, only to again be blocked by the roaring river. More time passed, and as autumn approached, little Fox grew and learned many lessons. Yet he was still faced with an unquenchable thirst for the light. Little Fox became distraught and angry toward life. He often cried out in sharp howls, forsaking life for presenting him the beauty of the light without allowing him to embrace it. He grew mistrustful that life did not have his best interest in mind and increasingly became hardened and jaded. Autumn transformed into winter. By this point, Little Fox was Big Fox, but his heart was broken, for the only thing he ever longed deeply for was out of his reach. Big Fox gave up. During the early winter months, Big Fox did what he had to do to survive, but he had a hole in his heart. He walked with his head low, for he could not bear to look up and see the out of reach light. One night, as Big Fox lay asleep, snow began to fall. When Big Fox awoke, he was taken aback at this new element he had never experienced. As he started his day, he saw a gaggle of geese standing on the river in the distance. Completely perplexed at how they were now standing on water, he approached the river with caution. He had learned through all this his seasons of life that he must be careful and cautious. And he put his paw in the water. He found it to be hard and sturdy. He gasped and thought, could it be? Could this be the path to my light? Big Fox carefully crossed the hard water with deep awareness. He listened for the cracks and creaks in the hard water and scanned the sky for hawk approaching. As he crossed the river with extreme care, it dawned on him that if he were Little Fox, he would have run boldly across the hard water without a care in the world and could have been hurt or even killed. A shower of epiphanies began to rain on him. He realized that he had to go through all the seasons and learn all the lessons to be prepared to walk toward the light destined for him. As Big Fox finally crossed the great river, he thanked Mother Earth and Father Sky and understood that he had to wait to gain the wisdom that prepared him for crossing the great river. If there's something you yearn for in your heart and have been trying to achieve with little to no success, this is a profound confirmation that it is approaching. Be patient. There's wisdom in the waiting. This is preparation time. You're gaining what you need to unite fully with what your heart desires. Endure, endure, endure. So, this is about the future person, not endure with this one, but this is about trusting the seasons and that you're growing and learning through all of this to prepare you for the future. With all this energy, Alice, he would rather go on to the next because he feels like, there's not the the expectations and all those things that we've been talking about. It's just he's been biding his time and seeing if anything would drastically change, but that's why there's conflict, that's why there's arguments, that's why there's the stuff coming in because he's looking at next, next, next. But the next girl would just be because you were the next girl before. You were the girl in the dugout, you were the girl in the batting box. Just is that there were other people that he was with and talking with before you. So it's not that, it's I don't know how, with the other readings, this isn't about you, this isn't about the other girls, it's about him unhappy with himself. He's not gonna be happy with anyone till he's happy, with himself, and he's not happy with himself. So, no one is ever going to, you know, be, um, enough until he feels he's enough, and that's the problem, isn't here, right? And you'll continue to draw people that don't feel you're enough if you don't feel you're enough. All these cards you were getting about the self-love and pointing you back to you, you're gonna draw on people who are mirroring that same thing because this is the mirror showing you how you feel about yourself. And even though it's coming from this other person, this is a reflection of how am I not loving myself? How am I not choosing myself? How am I looking for someone else to represent my worthiness instead of finding my worthiness inside of me, right? So that is what they have for you, my dear. So thank you for all your donations this evening. I greatly appreciate those. All right, I'm at 5 hours. Luna Rose, if you wanna put a free reading out there real quick, you can definitely get you on the list here, but I'm gonna have to start cutting off because I'm getting tired and I need to go eat. I will be back tomorrow night, and Sunday night as well. I'm gonna finish out the free readings I have now, and if anyone puts one right now, I'll add you on the list, but, I'm going to start winding it down for this eve, and I can see my energy is dropping, so it is time. So, Marissa Smith, 51641. This is for your free one. So thank you for your donation earlier. You're very welcome, Alice. Hang in there. So, advice from Spirit. What do you need to do about finding a new place to live? Let's see here. What do they have here for you? All right. Well, I like it. Ace of Cups and the Magician. You got these aces and these ones, which is new beginnings. And I like this energy that's here. I like this, following your heart is important. But and the Magician card is being really aware of where you're investing your energy, right? And because we can't full energy, whatever I'm focusing on with my energy, both my mental energy, my emotional energy, my physical energy, and my overall intentions is what I'm drawing in. And so, if I'm focusing in on, God, I gotta find somewhere else to be, and I need to, and I want to, and I must. And what if I can't find somewhere? All that energy, lower vibration, just pushes it further away because our energy is asking for more of those types of experiences that match that energy. But when we focus in like on our, this energy of gratitude, gratitude for where I'm living right now, you don't have to be grateful for the entire experience, just the gratitude for what I do love about where I'm at and where I have lived in the past, what I have and have had gratitude for, that's what draws things forward, right? And so energetically, that's important because that will help you find a new place. But the Ace of Cups, as far as kind of like, what else can I do about it? It's like follow your heart, follow your gut. Where's it leading you? Not your mind, because that's the fears, the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be. But Get still, close your eyes, open your heart, because closing your eyes will get you out of your head. Open your heart and ask your heart, where do you want to go? What does that look like? And see what comes in and see where it's nudging you and pulling you toward. So, with that combination of those two, I feel like you'll get a lot of clarity around where it is. And you can even ask spirit, show me. I'm not sure. Where should I go? Can you help me make it a no-brainer? Bring me information if you can, please. Again, focus on gratitude and following your heart, and then doing that third piece, I feel will help. All right. So that's what they have for you, Marissa. So many blessings to you. And then Sharanya, is that maybe that's a little closer to your real name? Let's see here. You got 51948 for you. There we go. Oops, there we go. Try that again. Come on, there it goes. So you're both in love. Will this work out in long term? All right. So based on current energy, is this headed for long term? Let's take a look here. Yeah, I feel like this is a pretty positive energy. You got the Queen of Swords and the Ace of Cups. Um, Queen of Swords is an energy of like a very compatible individual. The uh, they're they roll over the mind, and so they can communicate emotions, and they're intelligent. They can have great conversations. You both with each other. And behind the scenes, the Queen of Swords has emotion, so they're able to share their emotions. But it's like both of you are a great fit, both mentally and emotionally, where you guys communicate, and it's a really good fit. Long term, the Ace of Cups tells you, though, I know, but it's a positive thing that to make it last longer, you have to realize that the love that you're both looking for is in here, your own self-love, that they can't give you the love that you're looking for, and you can't give them the love they're looking for, because the love we're all looking for is our self-love, inward and upward, right? Once we find that and fill up, then their love is above and beyond extra, and it just wow. So, you're very much in love, but realize that the most important thing you both can do is to raise your self-love by getting rid of old mindsets that don't serve any more, emotions that don't serve any more, energy and physical things that don't serve you anymore. Go inward and upward and connect to your self-love. Then when you have that self-love, which by that's that, the love, the eternal unconditional love of the higher realm, realize I'm so loved. And when you find that and you fill up and go, I'm all the love that I need, doesn't mean we stop wanting love from them. I just don't need it because I have my love inside of me. So I want them instead of needing and clinging and to each other. It's I love myself, and you're the cherry on top of the frosting, on top of the spice cake of what I am. You're the extra, and you put the on the top. And so that's how a long-term relationship happens, because if you're looking for someone else to fulfill you, you're gonna have that disappointment because no one can fulfill us. We have to find that love on the inside. And once we do, it's like, whoa, abundance with what they give us because they're above and beyond extra. And they're just all that frosting and cherry on top, right? So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Aunt Rose, you are up 52310. Here's your timestamp. And so you're leaning towards letting a connection, but I'm not sure if I'm making the decision from a place of fear or wise observation. Can you help me clarify this feeling? You're leaning towards letting a connection happen or not? Let's take a look here. So I don't know if you were saying letting a connection go. Well, Spirit knows what you're asking for here. So we'll take it. Is it from a place of fear or wise observation? We'll take a look here. Yeah, I do feel here letting it go. Yeah, I feel like you're doing it from a good place here because you've got the full card here, which is making a leap into a new adventure. A zero, a starting over energy, and the two of wands is there really is no wrong choice. There's just different choices with different outcomes and different experiences. But this doesn't feel like fear. This feels like choice and decision because, the 2 of wands is I I'm making a choice. And so it doesn't feel like it's a reaction out of fear. There's no, fear energy in these 2 cards. It's all about empowerment and I'm ready to let expectations go and a cycle begin a new adventure, something that's full of possibility instead of full of restriction, and I feel like that's what you're deciding to do here. So I do feel like it's more that, like, wise observation and you're ready for something that feels more free than restrictive and complicated. So I do feel like you're making that choice from that place and not from a place of fear. So hopefully that helps. All right. And that's what they have for you, my dear. So hopefully that you're like, yeah, I do feel like that's what it is, right? Not, I'm scared. It's like, no, I'm just kind of ready for something more than that. So something feels more alive, right? So, right. You're very welcome. Right. So many blessings to you. Good to see you. Right. Maria Scorpio, you're up 52605. Boom, boom, boom. Hello, hello. Good to see you. So you're wondering, when will your gums get normal? You had a sister moved? Yeah, that's right. Still hurts a bit, and you feel your front teeth are a bit loose, but how long will it take until it gets better? All right, let's take a look here. I'm gonna grab from the Wen deck over here, see what they have here for you. So based on current energies, you got January 30th to February 8th. I feel like when they're saying this here, because this is a yes card, things will get better. But I feel like we're looking at more like you're gonna feel it April 30th to May 8th is the big things. But when you get this, you have the Six of Swords energy. And the Six of Swords is about like clearing away, letting old ways of thinking go, see things from a higher perspective. That's what makes things happen faster. It takes us from choppy waters to calmer waters. So, um, when we if we're focusing our energy on, paying a lot of attention to what's wrong, like, "Oh, I think these are loose. Oh, I have pain. I have this. I have this." You know, it's not, it's not denying that it doesn't exist and it's not happening. Just our focus of our attention is fast, right? It's like, "Oh, I feel like, oh, they hurt a little bit. That's fine." I'm gonna focus on gratitude for what I do want, what I do love, what is happening, and that is what allows movement. If I'm focusing on the lower vibrational, all the stuff that's happening, that's what draws it out because I'm telling the universe, if I'm and the same thing happens, like, if my foot hurts, if I focus on my pain hurts, my foot hurts, and I'm telling everybody my foot hurts, and that's my conversation, my focus, guess what? My foot hurts more. I'm more aware of it. It draws it out longer. When I'm like, "Oh, my foot hurt. Alright." But I'm focusing on my right foot. I'm grateful that what's going well in my body. I'm grateful for this. I'm focusing on this. I'm doing all this other stuff. I'm choosing joy. I'm choosing laughter. I'm doing other things. I'm not, "Oh god, what if my foot doesn't stop hurting?" Or, I need it to stop and I want it to stop and, "Oh my god," excuse me, if I focus in on it, then, it really does this, this energy, and it expands it. So all of that to say, that right now it's like the end of April to the beginning of May, but it can be sooner if you focus your energy and just revert it and try to do as much as you can to focus on the other. So that's what they have for you, Maria. So many blessings to you. Right. And then in Kita, we're at 529.26 is for yours. Oops, let's try that again. I didn't grab it. There it is. So, general reading. Let's see. What does Spirit want you to know right now? All right. So, you got the 2 of fishies and the 3 of feathers. Yeah, we've got the heartbreak energy here, like the 2 of cups and the 3 of swords, right? So, it does feel here like, this is a relationship ending kind of energy, right? But the 3 of swords energy, it talks about that heartbreak is one of the stories, an untrue story about the human heart. Our heart can't break. I'm sorry, I gotta take a drink here. My voice is going away. So I'll finish up this one. Hey, Bun, I'll see if I can get yours in here, but I've been on for 5.5 hours, so I'm gonna have to cut off, readings here, to rest, but to go back to this one here, I'm getting all choked up over the 3 of swords, but so there is this myth about that the heart can be broken, and I know when Spirit told me that, I'm like, "Well, what about this feeling here of heartbreak?" It feels like someone did stick swords in my heart. The 3 of swords normally has 3 swords stuck in it, and they were like, "Well, that is fear pricking your heart. That's not your heart breaking. Your heart is too powerful to ever break." But what freaks us out, it's like when someone startles us, right? And scares us, out of the blue, where that feeling of in our heart where it feels like it drops. That's the same feeling we get when an emotional monster scares us, when something happens where we feel we're not chosen and, "Oh, what if I'll never find love again?" Whatever fear it is that pricks our heart, heartbreak happens because it keeps looping. When we see someone scare us and we're like, "Oh, it's my brother, he just scared me, blah, blah." The fear goes away and it's gone, right? Within 90 seconds. That's how long it takes a fear or an emotion to do its process through our body. 90 seconds, done. But an emotional one keeps looping because we haven't resolved the fear that we have around what their actions or non-actions, their words or their silence meant that shocked us, right? And and so I feel like that's what's coming in here is to realize that heartbreak isn't real. It's a fear, and if we look at our fears, we can overcome our fears and we can transform it, and then we won't feel that sense of I'm unlovable, I'm not chosen, I'm rejectable, I'm not enough, I'm nothing, That's our fear, is that we fear we're not worthy of love and that I'll never find love again. Well, trust me, we will always find love again. Eventually you get to a point of, "Oh god, I'm gonna find love again," kind of energy, right? But, I do have a video that I created on the 3 of swords a while ago called Heartbreak. I'm just gonna share it with you here. Case anyone's interested. This is from an old podcast. If you wanna, kinda check that out. I'll add it under your name in the pinned comments here as well. But, so if you wanna check that out for more information on that, feel free to do so. All right, and I'm so sorry, Bon. My voice is like it's getting ready to go, so I'm gonna have to cut off readings. I'm at 5.5 hours, so I'm gonna need to end for this evening. But I will be back tomorrow and Sunday if you'd like to join us, and we can definitely dive in then if you'd like to. I'd love to have you back. So, and hey, Angelina, I'm not taking any more readings right now. Um, I like I said, I've been on for 5.5 hours, and my voice is starting to dissipate. But I will be back tomorrow night if you want to join me then, or Sunday. I'm on Wednesday night through Sunday night, so if you like to join me then, I'd be happy to pull some cards for you. Um, so in my closing here, if you guys haven't got into my giveaway, I do have a giveaway every new moon and full moon for a chance at winning a 30-minute personal recorded reading or one of my energetic hedges. So if you want to check out that link, that'll tell you how to get into the drawing. I will have it on the 17th. Also, if you want to find out how to make the most of the Libra full moon energy, here is the link here for that one that talks about this specific moon or making the most of full moon energies itself is here. That's the basics that dives deep into release ceremonies and affirmations. And then I also have a podcast that comes out every 2 weeks. Just came out yesterday. This one's about abundance, where it be. So it talks about how the two things that keep abundance away and things we can do to draw it in as well. So all those things are free if you want to check those out or catch up on any of the other as well. Those are the playlists for all this are down in the description area of the video. Right here. Hey, Teresa, here's your timestamp. It always will be in the pinned comments after I end a stream. I do a pinned comment listing all of the readings with timestamps. So if you ever have a reading and you come back after the stream has ended, then you can just look at that pinned comment, see your name, click on the timestamp. Takes you right to your reading. It's fancy, I know. So thank you guys for all your patience. Thank you for those last two that I wasn't able to get to here. Um, I normally I can usually go longer, but I think it's the weather. My voice has been crackly today. So, but I will be back tomorrow, everybody. So, till I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there, sleep well, enjoy your dreams, and we'll see you on the flip side. So love you guys. We'll see you soon. You're welcome.